All these ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. We still have the payment plan in place. That's Catalyst. Catalyst is negative experience, and so others mirror you back to yourself. Barack Obama, as I said before, I chilled with black guys from Harlem. I smoked cannabis with them, 420, blunts, White Owl, Philly blunt. I learned raps, okay? I've never been a racist. I don't even understand this. It's not real. It's an illusory reality, and other selves are the catalyst to piercing the veil. So look what's happening with other selves right now. And now I'm giving you a virginal third mind that's different than the two realities that you get to choose from. Why can't you understand something that's so easy? Very evil people are running the planet and want to kill you. And say, well, I don't believe this, and it makes me scared, and it makes me feel unsafe. But hypothetically, theoretically, maybe, perhaps, just in case, what if? And I don't remember what happened, but now I do. Now I do. And I want revenge. I do. I'm not going to lie to you. I want revenge. I want these people gone. I want these beings gone. They shouldn't be able to torture people like this. They shouldn't be able to do things to children like what they did to me. And the things that I'm now remembering that happened to me. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be crying like this. I'm sorry. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe that these things happen to me. That's okay. And I want to get back to the slides so we can talk about where this is going. Why was it difficult? And these things were done to me against my will. The people who molested me did so against my will. They did it on stage. They did it in front of large audiences. And they were making fun of me because I had special abilities in this ultimate personality that they created. I had telekinesis. And so if you go back to some of the dreams that I posted online in 1997, there's a dream where I'm in my school cafeteria and everyone in the audience is in a robe. And they all have their way with me, make them a banana sandwich. And I didn't realize when I wrote that dream down that it was true, but that I couldn't remember because the memories were taken away from me. But now I do. Now I remember. I don't want to go into this a whole lot more, but it explains why I've been so committed to my path of justice and freedom, why I will not let this go on, why I do not support these people. I did not deserve to go through what I went through. I did not deserve to be raped. I don't care what happens to me anymore, folks. Now that I know what they did, I don't care. I don't care what they say. I don't care what they say about me. This has got to stop. We need this thing to end. We need these people to stop succeeding in what they're doing, and we need their overlords to stop gaining the louche energy of torture, the ceremonies that they make people go through, and the horrible things that they make people do.
You're all out of the luck. Funky disclosure. We won't get our funky disclosure. Aliens or not, it's just funky disclosure. Tom DeLonge on the case. Funky disclosure. Blink-182 up into space. Funky disclosure. Louis Elizondo files. Funky disclosure. Pentagon dollar cash bribes. Funky disclosure. Clear on the grid CE5. Funky disclosure. Meditate to see that live. Funky disclosure. Logan's podcast hype. Funky disclosure. Talking celebrity hype. Funky disclosure. Celebrity grift in the know. Funky disclosure. Narrative you don't know. Funky disclosure. Alien others a box. Funky disclosure. Putting it all on block. Funky disclosure. Funky, yeah, fun, funky. Fun things, fun, funky. Funky, funky disclosure.
Why are you guys cherry picking a tiny little subset of the data? Cherry pick a little bit and you look for the most negative stuff you can find and then you amplify it. Ah! Your hair's on fire like Beaker. Oh my God. Come on, man. I got a lot of heckling and a lot of hate. So all you haters out there, I got 45 years of tolerating this stuff. No big deal. I take that back. When we go back, we'll edit that part out. No, we can't do that. It's live. The quadra-gays, yes. But nothing gay is going to happen. It's only a title. Anyway, wow, I got to stop. There's these natural things all throughout the world, and it rolls into a ball, and now it's got all this energy, and it's anti-gravitic. The charge cluster is where you're shooting electrical current down a very sharp needle. It pops off the end of the tip, and it also will deradiate radioactive material. And even poltergeists, apparently many poltergeist phenomena are these same kind of orbs. And I know it's a lot of information. There is a little thing on the side. If you're watching this after I've done it, you click on that little gear shift on YouTube, and playback speed, you can set it to 0.75 and slow my crazy ass down. and then maybe you'll understand this more because you'll have more time to process. Gravity is flowing into this area of space, and inside the area, inside the sphere, gravity is turning into electromagnetic energy. And electromagnetic energy is turning into gravity. And what is light? You have to use the orgasmic energy, apparently. There's something about the orgasmic energy. Rub-a-dub-dub, 4 minutes. I'm not even going to go there, okay? I made up the story that you've probably heard if you watch my old videos. You start to feel bad inside. But then, as there is an implosion of your external reality, there is an explosion of your internal reality. Just like the physics is called reciprocal system, it's the reciprocal between space and time. And that's where all this power comes from. Okay, it's about the power. People can meditate and use black magic and get it to work. It's about the will. It's about the focused direction of the will. Where like you're like somebody smoking a cigarette and their hand is moving slow and the smoke is moving too slow, and then other people's voices sound like that kind of stuff. Apparently you can detect that with these little magnetic tuning forks. The magnets come together more and oh, there we go, there's one. And that's what the ETs know. There is a monster under the bed. You can look at it if you want to, but it's really going to gross you out and you're probably going to want to puke. Honest to God. This is true, folks. You need to stop this shit. Some things I don't mind talking about. I don't like talking about this. What the hell are you doing, dude? You're going to lose. You're not going to win. It's inevitable. We already know because the future timeline is fixed. This particular timeline that we're on leads to your defeat. There is no getting around that. You are not being in integrity, but you don't care. But if you don't do this, we are screwed, man. You think this is all natural? You think nobody's coordinating any of this stuff? You think I want to talk about this? You think I want to be up here on this fucking camera talking about this shit? I'm sorry. I didn't know it was going to get like this. I didn't know it was going to get this bad. And I'm the positive guy. I mean, I always try to make it positive. But you have to do it, okay? This is all real. Okay, I got to pull it together. I'm really sorry. Holy crap. I'm good. And I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be like this, and I thought we could work hard enough that it would be quick and easy, that 3 days of darkness would come really, really soon. God. And honestly, if you're a spiritual person and you understand that we're all one and that the teaching is forgiveness and love, it's overwhelming to know what I know and to know that I could lose my channel just for telling you the truth. The truth as it was told to me. I can't prove some of this stuff. Some of it I can. I'm just telling you what I know because I don't want this reality. I don't want to lose that timeline. Anyway, this is all coming to a head. This has been a very long show. I'm sorry. 4 hours and a little bit more, but it's not 5. Hopefully I don't lose my channel. And I'll be back soon. And I will talk to you guys shortly. Thank you for being here. It's been total chaos ever since.
Stephen Camion pulls the veil so thin. Alien lies crash and burn again. seekers, exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers, uncover the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers coming for you. Truth seekers coming for you. Open your eyes. Truth seekers exposing the truth. Truth seekers never tire. Under pressure lies break apart. The truth burns bright, it's just the start. Truth seekers, uncover the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. Obey your eyes. Stavati's been a ghost ship, 20 years of empty claims, with hangars full of garbage and dreams that never came. Now he's fishing for new suckers to store more junk inside, while promising his gullible fans hover cars and free energy rides.
We are working on anti-gravity. As soon as we get financed, which again is coming very soon.
Divine insights were handed down, but now they cost a fee. In the wacky world of Wilcock, that's the way it's gotta be. Financial resets, debts erased, a world so fair and bright. The alliance never came, and neither did his wife. The wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. Just buy my course, $300. Enlightenment's the deal. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. Extraterrestrial pals, they're coming here to stay. Disclosure's always just around, but aliens delay. Law of one, the Bible, Bhagavad Gita, all mixed up in one. David's stealing from the best, but his fans think it's a brand new one. Plagiarizing profit, that's his favorite routine. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where nonsense reigns supreme, we'll all get rainbow bodies, whatever that might mean. And Jesus is an alien, the wildest thing you've seen. David's on a hero's journey through dimensions far and wide. Draco reptilians know where he lives, so in his mansion he must hide. Catastrophes and end times, we're on the brink, he said. But my coffee's brewing nicely, and I'm still in my bed. The wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. Just buy my course, $300. Enlightenment's the deal. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. No one's suffering like David in his mansion grand and tall, with bison, steak and chicken, he's the loneliest of all. His teeth are fake as his prophecies, and courses that he sells. In the wacky world of Wilcock, he's ringing all the bells.
If we bathe in our own urine, we can gain superpowers. What do we doing the bath does help. Or you urinate before you get into the bathtub, and then you drink new water out of a glass, and when you're in the bathtub, you can do a little more.
Buy my course, $300. Enlightenment's the deal. In the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. His PowerPoint slides are packed with schizophrenic rants, forced to stream on YouTube now, bankruptcy's a stance. Stavati Aerospace, a Ponzi scheme they say, so pay pigs better pay up, or like Corey Good he'll stay. So many dates, so many dreams, none of them come true. But hey, don't fret, just buy the course and I'll enlighten you.
For God's sake, take the deal, okay? But you have to take the deal and you have to cooperate. Rise, rise, rise. And you feel yourself, kinetic energy of levitation, tingling across your skin.
In 2012, we all ascend, a cosmic ship was due. But here we are in 24, and nothing much is new. Mass here, sipping wine, and we're all stuck right here in a world of Greer and Good, Crush and Lou. With their claims, nobody tops David Wilcock with his fringe and wacky games, while they're sharing UFOs and theories kinda tame. David's got aliens who wanna sleep with him and eat him, what a shame. He's the master of the bizarre with rainbow bodies on display in the wacky world of Wilcock, where nonsense leads the way. So here's to Dave, the shyster bold, but tales so far-fetched and grand in his world of make-believe, where fantasy's second-hand. He spins his fairy tales and lies between his YouTube streams for his cat crystal ladies who gobble up his dreams.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome. Tonight is a very special Truth Seeker show. We're calling it Spanksgiving 2, New Age Grifter Boogaloo. And we've got an incredible amount of things to report, including some breaking news about Stevati Aerospace. Before we begin, though, we want to take a moment to recognize and welcome in the live chat. We've got great attendance already. We'll take a moment to recognize some kind and generous benefactors like Sunlover 5000, who, before the show even began, threw in a very kind and generous $4.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We'll see if we can't get those Wilcock Praise the Cash bumpers going before the show is over, but I did forget to load them. We will also want to take a moment to remind you to make sure you hit the subscribe button. Tonight, we're setting a very special goal of 50 gifted memberships. And if we hit that, we'll do some overtime or some extra bonus goodies. So be sure that you subscribe, because if you are in the live chat as a subscriber, but not yet a channel member, when those memberships get gifted, they get randomly distributed through to the people in the live chat who are subscribers, but not quite yet YouTube channel members. So we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support as well. Adam Labors is here and says, great intro. Thank you. So be sure to smash the subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and you can win a free membership tonight. Let's get into it, friends. I forgot to mention we want to thank a few people. We want to thank Wild Ascension for one of those Wilcock clips that we began tonight's broadcast with, and also Carl X Extra. It's Carl Extra _ UFO on Twitter for the Truth Seekers theme. I did the video, he did the audio. Teamwork makes the dream work. Thank you, Carl Extra UFOs. Now we've got a very special guest tonight, somebody who's been here before. One John Christian Spadavacci, and I don't want to leave him waiting in the wings. He's raring to go. We've had him in the back room sobering up. We're getting him ready, pouring coffee down his throat, make sure he sounds sober, doesn't slur his words tonight. I'm looking at his face now. He doesn't think this is funny, so we'll just bring him right in here. Welcome, John Christian Spadavacci. Good to see you.
Well, it's a privilege to be back on Truth Seekers once again.
Okay, so I don't even know where to begin, but I want to ask you about, I think we should begin with the cucumber conspiracy. Have you seen these videos?
I have seen several of the videos, yes.
The said videos. And for those unaware, there's this whole conspiracy now because David Wilcock's once wife, Elizabeth, is it Beth or Elizabeth? I don't know. Anyway.
I mean, she was Beth Hayes, then Beth Leone, then Beth Wilcock, and now she's Beth.
Well, yeah. Yeah, but she's still Beth Wilcock when she needs to do a live event, because I guess that helps her draw people. Like, hey, I used to bang that guy from Ancient Aliens. Like, somehow that's a positive to her. I don't. But the controversy, John, is that she made what can only be described as cucumber porn, wherein She's standing next to this girl who disrobes. In the beginning of the video, she's wearing like a robe. I had to black it out because there was a nip slip in there. And I can't show more than a few minutes of this video because this girl sitting next to Beth peels a cucumber and then starts, how do you say it politely? Pleasuring herself with it? Would that be accurate?
It can only be described as penetration.
She penetrates herself with a big peeled cucumber. So that's the cucumber conspiracy. And I've got 100 emails. Well, maybe not 100, but I got a bunch of emails of people saying, dude, you got to play that video on your show. There's no way I could get that past YouTube, but we're going to do our very best because we can play the beginning part where she's explaining that she's going to show this girl how to cleanse her vajayjay with a peeled cucumber, and then she proceeds to tell her, but after you're done with your vaginal cleansing, you can use it however you want. In other words, you could just rock yourself with this cucumber and dude, it goes on for like 20 minutes or something. She's just ramming it in her for like 20 minutes, and Beth's standing next to this girl, ramming herself with a cucumber, calm as can be, doing new age word salad stuff, and she calls the vajayjay a yoni, which is something I never heard before. I never heard the term yoni. Have you?
Well, she actually has a separate yoni video. So she has the cucumber video.
Oh, and then how to care for your yoni. And by the way, this is medical disinformation. I just want to say as politely as I can, ladies, if you are experiencing feminine odor in that area, you need a gynecologist. You don't need a cucumber. But what do I know? I'm just an amateur gynecologist, right? Now, really, if you're having some kind of issue with that, with like unpleasant odor from that area, you need a doctor, not a cucumber. But let's show them as much as it's like a 1.5 minute video. That's all I could show. We try to make it funny though. Let's watch this, John, so that the audience knows. And listen, to all you dumb people who are telling me that I'm lying and making up shit about David Wilcock's wife, I put this shit on a Google Drive, but the version where she's pounding herself with this cucumber. Look, it really happened. I'm not making this shit up.
Do the Taoist cucumber cleanse. So this is where the cucumber really gets its reputation, because the Taoist sexual qigong practices are thousands of years old. The cucumber is an amazing cleanse for the yoni, and it's antibacterial and antimicrobial, and actually the white tigresses, which are where a lot of my teachings come from for the Taoist traditions, used cucumbers as their form of cleansing the lingam and the yoni before sex. So this is where the cucumber gets its reputation. Actually, we're going to use this cucumber as a vaginal cleanse, and it's a really beautiful, cooling, very yin, refreshing cleanse for the yoni. But we don't use it just like this. We're going to peel it so that the meat of the cucumber will come in contact with the yoni, and it starts out a little cool, and that's fine, and then as you're working it inside of the yoni, the cucumber gets warmer and warmer, body temperature. So the first purpose of the cucumber cleanse is really to cleanse the yoni and freshen it, and it's antimicrobial and antibacterial. It gives it a nice fresh smell, and it also can be used for pleasure afterward, but the way that I was taught from the Taoist traditions was the cleansing part. But it does happen that after you've done your cleansing therapy, you can do whatever you want with it. Too big, too small. Just right. This Goldilocks.
Oh man, that's all I could play for you. And by the way, the sound effect of the woman erotic noises came from the cucumber girl. You know, like, I can't play that. It's like 20 minutes of this girl moaning and jamming herself with this cucumber.
Yeah, and that's just one of the videos.
That's just one of the Beth Leone Wilcock porn videos. And by the way, they're on porn sites. You can find them.
Yes,
Look
they're
up
still for
Cucumber
sale.
Cleanse, Yoni Cleanse, and Elizabeth Wilcock, I guess. I don't know. I didn't find them, by the way. And by the way, when those videos first got sent to me, John, I thought somebody was punking me. They said, "Oh, this is David's wife," and I go, "No, it just looks like her." And they go, "No, it's her." And I go, "No, it just looks like her." And they go, "No, it's her." And then they send me the links. And yeah, sure enough, she's in the credits as like the instructor of how to dill yourself with a big fat cucumber, but you got to peel it first. And we want to thank don't touch me. I'm crazy for a kind of generous $1.99. Hey, look, he says, "Come on, Stephen, we've all done it." No, I have never dildoed myself or another individual with a cucumber in my entire life. But we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. So, John, where do we begin on the Stavati updates? I don't even know. Like, where should we go first?
Well, we can start with the trivial stuff first, right?
Yeah.
Been there, dump that is no longer leasing that property.
Okay, so the garbage dumpster company, which was their only form of income for this entire run for the last couple of years, and they were getting what, like a couple $1,000s a month. They dropped them.
Yeah,
But
they were getting like $3,000 to $4,000 a month in that range, and they dropped them. I've been told by a Stavati director that the new tenant there is a organization called Municipal Pipe, but I mean, it almost seems like it's part of the local government or something. I don't know. I haven't dug into it too deeply yet, but
okay, so now instead of a trash company renting space on their facility, now they have a pipe company.
correct. And I did
Look,
also
I'm
call
upset
spam.
about this because the garbage dumpster, a dumpster company is funnier than a pipe
Well,
company.
remember, there's the allegation that that property, the land below it, is a landfill over 100 years ago.
Oh,
So,
wow. So it could be some toxic waste in there with that shit. Great.
yeah, we have to go over that DOD report one of these days and go over like all of the asbestos on the property and all of the PCBs and oil that's been dumped. We really ought to go over it. But yeah, I called Ben there, dumped that, and confirmed that they're no longer there.
Okay. And then I wanted to share my screen and share this ridiculous flyer that I thought this was a joke. I really thought this one was a joke. Let's see if we can't share that, and we'll put us here or here. No, wait a minute.
There
There
you
we
go.
go. So this says Stavati Aerospace 2024 Black Friday Cyber Week sales event. Shop the sale of the year. Save up to 50% off on all pre-orders of new aircraft, EVs, and orders of drones, aircraft upgrades. What does that say? Energetic and defense systems, and free standard shipping on all orders.
Yeah, you can get a jet fighter delivered to your house for free, standard shipping. Apparently.
Standard shipping. This
Yeah.
this screams scam to me. Like, how are you? I don't understand how they're offering 15% off of products that they don't have one of. They don't even have a prototype of any of these products. So how are they
That
taking orders, John?
Well, that's a good question. You should zoom in to the very bottom where the phone numbers are, and you'll see something that's basically hilarious. S-
Uh,
See if you can zoom in.
I'm gonna have to do it in a. Hold on, I'm gonna have to do it a different way.
Yeah. You should download the PDF from Stavati's site too. You want me to send you the link?
Yeah, send me the link on my Twitter DM,
Okay.
and we'll try to do that.
All
So
right.
there's some kind of a gotcha here at the bottom, I guess.
Well, it's not really a gotcha.
It says,
It's their phone number, and it says to contact them through WhatsApp.
yeah, because everybody sells military aircraft through WhatsApp, right? Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
presents pre-production new design aircraft and products now available for immediate pre-order. Designated product discounts range from 5 to 15%, free standard shipping, additional charges for express or expedited shipping.
It's not letting me DM it to you. Let me put it in private chat in the software here.
Okay, we'll see if we can't find it over here.
I just sent it to you.
Okay, I got it. All right, I'll share that tab instead.
Yeah, so this is the whole PDF, and it's 2 pages. So yeah, scroll
Oh, look at
into the
this. You could
yeah.
buy
Hold
electric
on, hold
car.
on, hold on. You can buy mortar rockets from them and explosives. Apparently, this is a big scandal. I barely slept last night because I can't believe that they actually did this. Scroll back up to the first page
Okay. 1 second here. Okay, first page.
and zoom in. Zoom in,
Zoom in. Okay.
and then go to the bottom. So you passed it.
I,
Go back up. Go up. There we are. So there's their phone number to call them at. And it says you can also reach them through WhatsApp, the favorite app of terrorists and drug dealers everywhere.
that's crazy. But what's even crazier is here they're offering pre-orders for a 2026 Roadster electric vehicle or crew cab electric vehicle pickup.
Steven, that pickup, that picture is a picture of a Rivian pickup truck. They had to blur it out because obviously they can't that it's a Rivian pickup truck.
So
They
it's
blurred
not
it
even,
out.
they don't even have a picture of the electric vehicle that they're trying to take pre-orders on and offer you a discount on.
No, and the same individual that I spoke to at Stavati, who informed me that Been There, Dump That was no longer there, I asked this individual about Stavati's plans for Chinese EVs, and he made no bones about it. He said it was speculation only.
So it's like something they're talking about. Maybe they'll do it.
It's another pipe dream.
But here's where it gets really, really disturbing because they're offering MiG 29 upgrades. And we talked about this previously. There's only a couple of flight worthy MiGs in the United States. So that's kind of stupid. And then they're offering military weapons, artillery shells, and munitions, and guided missiles and rockets. Is that legal? Can you
So-
just sell people? What the fuck? This is so stupid. David
What are the-
Wilcock, you scammer. Come on, David Wilcock with the 180 IQ. Are you so dumb you don't know you can't just sell anybody artillery shells and guided missiles on WhatsApp?
I know that we have an international audience, but in the United States, in order to sell something like explosives or munitions, you have to have a federal firearms license. And specifically, you have to have one that allows you to either import, manufacture, or deal destructive devices. And I sent you the link, Stephen.
Look at this.
For the ATF's website, I just sent you the link. Anyone can go to the ATF's website and download the list of all the FFL's federal firearm license.
Oh, listen, I trust you. I don't need to look
Yeah.
at it. So wait,
Yeah.
you checked and they have no license to sell this shit.
They have no license, but
Gotcha, bitch! Gotcha, David Wilcock, you bitch! Tell everybody I'm a Satan-worshipping child predator again. Gotcha, bitch! Sorry.
it gets worse than that because if you go to Stavati's website, they have what are alleged to be old copies of licenses, but they're not good anymore or they're possibly fake.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, listen, we could follow up with the ATF and find out if they ever had a license. They should be able to tell us.
We could.
Look
I've
at this
considered
list.
doing-
They're selling. Come on, we got to go through this list, John. They're selling 155 millimeter M7095 artillery shells. They're selling round artillery shells, fragging 122 millimeter shells, grad
selling
rockets with a
grad
40
rockets.
kilometer range. This is like a terrorist's dream, right? I can see somebody screaming Allah Akbar as they're ordering this shit from these idiots. 122 millimeter grad rockets, Hydra 70 with the HE warhead, anti-armor warheads, inert practice warheads, unguided warheads, 60 millimeter mortar shells, 82 millimeter and 122 millimeter mortar shells. There's no way they can sell this shit, John. They don't have a license. You can't just sell this shit to anybody. It's like, oh my God. And remember, this is the same company that claimed they had laser weapons and they had air tunnel contracts that they never had. It's the perfect company for David Wilcock because they're just totally full of shit, right?
I mean, I have to ask if the Alliance knows this is happening.
Yeah,
Does
couldn't the bad guys get that shit?
But hey, the bright side is you can buy a Zuni 127 millimeter unguided munition for $96, and you get free standard shipping.
yo, imagine if you like go, there's about 5 or 6 people that I really don't like in this world. I'm just going to order 6 of them, and it's free shipping, John. So, if you want to buy murder weapons, wouldn't some of these be considered weapons of mass destruction? I would think, right? A 42 kilometer range guided missile, that would be considered a weapon of mass destruction. David Wilcock's Shady company is literally offering to sell people weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah, I mean those grad rockets with a 40-kilometer range, that's a serious weapon. I mean, that's not like an RPG. That's a very serious weapon.
I cannot get past this. I can't get past this, John. Like, are they just full of shit, or do they think they can actually do this though?
Well, I mean, there's been speculation as to like if maybe Stavadia has like a shadowy source where they're getting this from outside the country or something. But as I've mentioned before, they have no productive capability to make any of this stuff. So,
and you would need all kinds of licenses to have the manufacturing to make this stuff, right?
And they don't have the licenses, but Stephen, they don't have the technical capacity. They don't have their property in Niagara Falls. They can't make this stuff there. This is a joke, I think.
I thought that somebody spoofed this. I thought somebody made this to like goof on them. Then somebody sent me the link, and I seen it's on their. This is on their Facebook page, John. It's on their website. They're selling weapons of mass destruction with no ATF licenses. David Wilcock, you goober! Come on, you goober! You can't do this shit.
It's on their X account.
It's on their X account. They're selling. They're selling
account.
Guided missiles on X.
They're selling munitions on Facebook with like your grandmother's vacation pictures.
It's a Black Friday sale though, so it sounds legit, John. It's a Black Friday sale.
I mean, would it be any more legit if this wasn't for sale? I mean, let's think about this.
I still can't get over this. This is like crazy to me.
Steven, bring it back. We're not done. Bring it back. There's other things that we have to look at on there.
Oh, we want the PDF, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the PDF.
All right, I'll bring it back up. I apologize. I thought we were. I thought it couldn't get any stupider than this. I assumed it couldn't get stupider than this.
So we've mentioned that David Wilcock has talked about Stavati's hover car, and Stavati's Viren Kuhn has posted that Stavati has taken 2 deposits for hover cars. Scroll up a little bit. You'll notice that the hover car, you just passed it. Scroll back down.
Hover car.
The hover
it's
car.
$45,000.
Well, that's one thing, but if you look at it, it says it's not going to be available until 2032 now.
Wait a minute. 3 years ago, he said they'd have a working hover car.
Well, apparently things have changed.
I see that the star on it, but I don't see... Oh, 2032, it says here. 2032 hover car.
Stephen, remember, David Wilcock said we're all going to ascend and get superpowers in May of next year. Who's going to want a hover car 7 years from then if we all have superpowers?
Oh, wait.
Fly.
John, I think you got another. I should have had the bumper of Dave Chappelle for tonight. All I'm going to say, David Wilcock, is gotcha, bitch! Gotcha, bitch! If we're all going to ascend and be able to levitate and have superpowers next year, then what do we need a hover car for, like, 7 years later? Well, this doesn't make any sense. This is another gotcha, bitch moment.
David did say that there would be like a small cooktop in the hover car, so you could still use it to, make dinner or something.
And you could power your whole house from it and not ever pay electric.
That too. There's some other interesting things here. You'll notice that the Roadster is priced at $70,000. That's way more expensive than a Tesla now.
A Tesla Roadster is cheaper than that, right?
It's what are they thinking?
55, 60. I just think it's amazing that they have no actual, like they literally have no products. It's not like, you know, like if this company was legit, they'd have a warehouse full of this shit that they're trying to sell ready to be shipped, right?
Yeah,
That's the way
or
real business works. I mean, I worked in a business and we maintained a sales price list. And if we were out of stock of something or couldn't ship it in the next couple of weeks, it got taken off of the list, right? These guys,
yeah,
they're literally saying, we're going to ship for free to you. Look, a commercial airliner for $76 million. Like,
yeah, delivered to your house for
who's
free.
gonna go, you know what? I got $76 million and I want to buy a commercial airliner. So I'm just going to buy one from this company that's never produced a single airplane product or service in what, 30 years?
They're Yeah, it's been 30 years. They've never produced any aerospace product. They've never had a payroll, and they've never had employees. And you would think they would at least have a prototype or a demonstrator aircraft, and they don't have those things.
They don't even have the ability to like take a client up in any form of aircraft, to my knowledge. Is that correct?
To be fair, Chris Bescar's family does own a 1950s Cessna, and it's currently housed or hangared at the Fleming Airport in St. Paul, Minnesota. So they do have an aircraft that he can take you up in, but it's a 1950s Cessna, and obviously he didn't build the thing.
Yeah.
So
So who cares then? It's
yeah,
not like he can go, well, this is one of the first prototypes we built, and we'll take you up in one, show you around. I just don't get it. Like, how does David Wilcock's stupid followers believe him about any of this shit? Is it just that they're so low information, like nobody checks on anything he says? He said they'd have hover cars in a year 3 years ago. Now we're finding out, well, 2032, right?
well, you're right. A lot of it is a lack or a complete lack of scrutiny. But Stephen, another part of this is that David claims that this is all being done like on the secret. It's all like a secret project, and so he can kind of use that facade to explain away these things that really can't be explained away. Like there's no explaining away the fact that they don't have a firearms license to sell this stuff. You can't say, oh, it's a secret alliance project, we're the good guys, and sell this stuff without a federal
You
firearms
need the
license. It's
FAA
not
license.
possible.
Here's another glaring problem. Aren't military level of drones under regulation of the FAA or the military or somebody? Because they're saying they're going to sell you a $90,000 or a $30,000 drone.
We've,
I would
I
think
mean,
that'd be military spec level for that kind of
it,
money, right?
if you go to Stavati's Twitter account, you can play the video. And we've discussed with some folks like Macario on Twitter, we discussed this earlier. It's probably like a Chinese or Eastern European drone. And it's not like Stavati's drone. Like they didn't build it, at least not from this video.
So they're
They,
going to resell Chinese cars and they're going to resell what, drones that they don't really own?
I mean, their Twitter account posted a video of this SD-10 Albatross drone, and there's no Stavati folks in it. There's just like some like people in camo fatigues. It doesn't appear that it's their product. It appears to be like a drone you can buy in a DIY kit. That's really what it appears to be. If you want to show your audience, it's on Stavati's Twitter
Yeah,
account.
I'm looking for it now. But didn't they also reply to this Twitter thread saying, well, these are models or something? But then they're
Uh,
priced like the prices are like for the full size, not the models. So I don't get it.
I mean, the DIY kits are like 5 to 10 grand. I don't know where they're getting these,
Numbers from, yeah. And we have
$90,000
Steven the
prices.
Eskimo on their Twitter thread says, warning, this is fake. David Wilcock is a proven con. And by the way, I'm not saying this, I'm just reading this. David Wilcock
I'm
is a
not
proven
either.
con
It's
artist. Stavati Aerospace has 30 years of nothing to show, no products, no success, just David Wilcock's hype and lies. Don't invest or believe in their false claims. Wow. And then there was the news about them taking new investors, and there's some shady shit to go along with that, right?
So I'm gonna send you the SEC form in the chat now. When you
Okay,
bring this
great.
SEC form up, scroll to the bottom because the first part of the form is like Stavati's address, and then they have 5 named directors and the addresses of those directors. This is public information, and anyone can go here and look at this. But
You want me
so
to
Stavat,
share from the bottom?
Yeah, share from the bottom. It's good etiquette. We don't want to display their addresses. That we probably ought to avoid that. So this is an SEC Form D. Stavati has never submitted an SEC form in their entire existence that I can tell. They submitted their first form and had it filed this Monday, the 25th of November, and I caught it the very day that they filed this.
What are you watching them forms every day?
Not every day. And I happened to be looking up some stuff on Billy Carson, and I just happened to search for Stavati again. It had been a while since I looked, because they're 30 years old, Stephen. They've never filed an SEC form until this week.
And what does this form? So this form enables them to what? Sell investments in their company to anybody, or what?
Right. If anyone looks at this and they were to look at the top, they filed under an SEC exemption for safe harbor. The rule that they filed under is 506B. It allows them to sell securities for I think a 60-day or 90-day period, I forget exactly, to accredited investors. But for a limited period of time, it also allows them to sell to, I think, up to 25 or 35 non-accredited investors. So that would be like you or I. That would basically be almost anybody. And according to this form and the boxes that they filled out, they have apparently lined up $80,000 of sold securities to 8 non-accredited investors and 1 accredited investor.
Okay.
The securities that they're selling are a minimum of $5,000 investment. And Stephen, if you look on here, where there's this section 6 that says use of proceeds, Stavati has listed an estimate of $500,000 that is going to go as salary or personal compensation to the 5 directors, the 5 individuals that are listed in this document.
Okay, so they're going to collect investor money so that they can pay themselves.
Well, it says that they might do it. It's proposed to be paid. That's what the language is in 6 there. You can read it in blue. And they also check the box that this is an estimate, Stephen. So this $500,000 number, that could change.
Wow. And so don't they have to disclose that they've been in business for 30 years and never produced a product before taking investor money?
I'm not.
Or is it just buyer beware?
Buyer beware generally does apply here. And if you scroll up a little bit, you would see that there's boxes to check for what type of securities, and it's equity. So it's stock. So they're not like, Dimitrov. They're not. This isn't promissory notes or debt instruments. This is ownership in the company. And yeah, buyer beware generally applies. They're doing this SEC form as a private company issuing equities. But the reality is, even with public companies that are more highly regulated, you could lose your entire investment. Any investment advisor will tell you that. Look at a company like
that makes
Beth
sense.
and Beyond. So the reality is, if these are equity investors, they could lose every dime potentially.
Wow. We want to thank Don't Touch Me, I'm Crazy for a kind and generous $1.99 super chat. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. I'm going to try to read them all as we go. We read every single super chat. I'm sorry I don't have the bumpers today. This new software is kicking my butt. Ownership of nothing is still nothing, says Stormcrow. So, and then you found some kind of shady Twitter account that's chatting them up on Twitter saying, "Oh, I can't wait to invest." That sounds like a sock account to me.
There's a Twitter account that we discussed on. There's an X account that we discussed on X. The account's name is Christina Nutt. Based on what I've been able to find, it doesn't appear to be a bot or anything. It actually appears to be a real person who maybe is just a fan of David Wilcock and Stavati and decided to invest, allegedly. I should also mention that if you were, and you don't have to do this, but if you were to scroll to the top of this SEC form, there's a box that has a disclaimer from the SEC where the SEC says they have not verified any of the information that's in this form that Stavati filed this week. So it's kind of like IRS forms. Just because you put something on the IRS form.
Yeah, John, people are telling me, people are complaining that your volume is low. On my side, I have it as high as I can get it.
How about now? Is it better now?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, maybe a little bit more here. Anyway.
And yes, I do read the chat, but there's only so much that I can do on my side of things. So
yeah, I had the gain turned down on my Blue Yeti mic, but anyway,
okay, well,
the gain up.
There you go. That should be fine then. I had it
Yeah.
turned up all the way on my end. Now on my headphones, I can hear you fine. So,
Yeah.
so,
If again,
so I apologize to the audience. It's
it's
fine.
not a big deal. If I can even turn it up more if necessary. But anyway, um, so like I was saying, at the top of this SEC form, in a big black box, the SEC says that they have not verified and cannot assure the veracity of any of the information that's in this form.
Well,
Did
that's
it?
disturbing.
I mean, but it's like IRS forms, right? When you send forms to the IRS and you fill out information on it, that doesn't necessarily mean that the information is true or accurate per the IRS. So it's okay, good. I'm much better sound now.
Yeah, yeah,
So
you're fine. That's better.
so,
You think
so
we're
just
okay now.
because Stavati checked these boxes and wrote these numbers, it doesn't necessarily mean that any of it's true. They're filing a form, and they had 15 days. If you look at the date when they got the first investor, it's allegedly the 11th of November. This form was filed the 15th of November, so they made it by one extra day on the 15-day deadline.
I just feel bad, John, for anybody dumb enough to give them money because they're being sued for $1 million+ from one person they ripped off allegedly, right? They're
Yeah,
being
I mean,
sued by all their creditors they didn't pay that they ripped off allegedly. So, what are the chances that they're suddenly going to turn around and they're going to pay back investors?
well, remember these are equity investors, right? They're not like loaning them money with some kind of maturity or terms to be paid back. They're buying ownership of the company, which is risky because if the company has to go bankrupt or the company becomes insolvent, the
You
equity
get nothing.
holders
Yeah.
could be wiped out. They could lose every penny. That's typically the way it works.
And do you have any update of the lawsuits or what's going on with the creditors or the what's going on with all these lawsuits and the liens against the Stavati hangar and all of that stuff? Do you have any updates on that?
So there hasn't been any change with the New York creditor liens. Stavati still has a judgment hanging over their heads from Ferguson Electric. They still have the foreclosure suit from Davis Ulmer, the judicial foreclosure, and then they still have the liens from United Thermal, et cetera, Molenberg Betts. There has been a change with the Dimitrov lawsuit. At the beginning of November, Stavati's lawyers and Dimitrov's lawyers got together and extended discovery again until January 31st. However, shortly after that, Dimitrov's counsel filed that they have fulfilled their discovery obligation and answered all of Stavati's discovery requests. So now Stavati is on the clock to produce their discovery
Their
requests
discovery. Okay.
to Dimitrov. Now,
So we
don't
probably
be,
won't see any kind of update till after January 31st then?
I'm guessing we will not see another extension, although, I mean, it's not guaranteed. It might happen. It really depends on, I mean, it really, at this point, it's between their lawyers. There is a possibility that, Stavati could object to discovery requests or that they could give incomplete ones, in which case their lawyers would either have to gather and suss it out, or Dimitrov's lawyers would have to file with the judge, a motion to compel Stavati to produce those documents.
Yeah, and Patty Wilhelm, I think, correctly points out this could be in court for years, right? This could drag out for years.
I mean, in theory, yeah.
It's already been like a
It could
year
take-
since the suit was filed or more, right?
Well, the suit was filed in February of 2023. Stavati
So 2 years, no movement.
Stavati and other parties, personal parties in the lawsuit, went into default. They refused to file an answer. Stavati finally was able to get counsel and have the default removed in October of last year, and now we're still in the pretrial motion phase, which is, we're still in discovery.
Whoa. So was there anything else that you've been finding out that is troubling or concerning about the sort of facade of this so-called aerospace company? Because according to David Wilcock, they're going to get funding any day now.
Well, I mean, according to this SEC Form D, this month they got $80,000 of funding.
Okay.
According to this form, and again, the SEC does not verify that that's true. I don't know if it's true. Stavati, by filing this form, is alleging that it's true. So that's where we're at with that. And again, it's 8 non-accredited investors and 1 accredited investor.
Well, that's something else.
And it should be said that they have never filed, I mentioned this earlier, they've never filed an SEC form before in their entire history. They claim that David Wilcock is an investor. I've spoken to a source, multiple sources, who have told me that David Wilcock was essentially their first investor. They never filed an SEC form for that. They sold a promissory note to Valentino Dimitrov. That promissory note is an exhibit in the Dimitrov case. Stavati never filed an SEC form for that.
Aren't you required to when you're taking investments?
I do not know because I'm not an expert on securities law.
Me neither, but I think you do. And somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if you're taking investors, you've got to file the proper forms with the SEC.
Because David Wilcock at the time was an accredited investor, most likely, and because Dimitrov was almost certainly an accredited investor, there may have been some kind of exemption or safe harbor there where they didn't have to file a form. I don't know. This time, they claim to have taken non-accredited investors, Stephen. It's very dangerous. If you actually look at the rule at the stipulations that the SEC has for 506B on the SEC's website, it says that Stavati can't market or advertise these securities. That might be one of the reasons why they have like sock puppet accounts, and I don't know if it's their sock puppet accounts, but that might be one of the reasons.
Alleged sock puppet accounts.
Yes. We found this Ben Nolan sock puppet account yesterday, Stephen. This account was created months ago and has made one post and one post only, and that was replying to Elon Musk on X, endorsing Stavati Aerospace.
Yeah,
one
little
post.
Suspect, just a little suspect. And 80K is like nothing, says Science Evidence Fringe.
That's true.
Would 80K really even get them out of any of their problems? They have.
So
but here's the thing that's funny. Instead of paying down their debt with that 80K, they propose to pay themselves with that salaries.
On that SEC form.
Gotcha, bitch.
No. Hold on. Stavati has a family of multiple corporate entities in multiple states. Okay, the corporate entity that owns their Niagara property, their only real estate, is Stavati Aerospace Limited, which is based out of Wyoming. Okay, if you look at the top of this SEC form, which they filed for their investment for their $80,000, it appears to be going to that corporation, that Stavati Aerospace Limited in Wyoming. So the same company, the same corporate entity that owns the Niagara property also perhaps allegedly got this investor money. And of course, this is also the property and corporate entity that has a judgment against it. So I have to think, $80,000 is not enough to satisfy that $122,000 judgment, I believe it is.
Yeah, that's 122K. So they can't even clear that with it.
Again, I'm not an attorney.
Maybe that's why they're just choosing to pay themselves with it, because they can't even do anything with it otherwise. Just give it to ourselves.
The language in the form is flexible. It doesn't say that they will pay themselves. It says that they might do that. So we don't know what's going to happen with this money, if the money exists, if the investor money was actually taken in. And but I know this, Stephen. If I'm Ferguson Electric and I have a judgment, and I know that the company, the Stavati corporate entity that I have a judgment against, just got $80,000 into their bank account, I might ask my lawyer if we should ask the enforcement officer of the court to do something about that. Maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I saw something interesting earlier. I saw a clip, and I don't know how long ago it was, of David Wilcock claiming that there's two lawsuits, or there's a threat of a lawsuit and another lawsuit filed. Is he talking about Stavati or him personally? Do you know?
So I posted that clip on my X account today.
Yeah, let me find it and we'll play it. Sure.
Yeah, let's definitely do that.
And so, but do you know what is this about, though?
So that's a good question. David is not clear if it's a lawsuit against Stavati or a lawsuit against him personally. What I can tell you is, for almost a year and a half, I've been all over Stavati lawsuits and I've looked. It does not appear that there's any indication that Stavati has any new lawsuits filed against them. So this may be a personal lawsuit filed in Colorado.
Well, for those, in case you're unaware, he's being, I think he's being sued by Gaia, or at least he's part of he's going to be called as a witness in the Gaia suit against Corey Good. Maybe that's what he's talking about.
He's being deposed in the countersuit with Gaia, but that's in federal court, and we already have links to that. We already know that. But this is apparently, allegedly, a new suit. But hold on, let's watch this video and I'll continue.
Yeah, let me get that here.
2 lawsuits show up the day after the election. One of them was just a threat, but the other one was actually filed. So that's another whole thing going on that I've had to reconcile. And we're going to be fine. I mean, both of them are not a big deal, but
not a big deal.
It still nonetheless rattles your cage, and you got to just step back and be like, okay, what are we doing here? And what does this really mean? And what is it?
It means you're
what's
getting
the
sued.
actual process that's happening? The day after. Here I am. I'm supposed to be in a good mood because I wanted it to work out that way, the way the election happened. The very next day, wham, wham, all this stuff is going on. And now, because just like I predicted on this show, if you watch this show, then you remember what I said. I said they only got really very few cards left to play. They need to do something to create.
So he's claiming like the deep state is suing him to stop him from what? Spewing bullshit on YouTube about fake nonsense? Is that what he's trying to claim here? So stupid.
Again, we don't even know like the parties, right? He didn't say who's suing him. David Wilcock, bro, on your next stream, please tell us about these lawsuits so you can.
Yeah, and we know he watches. He's a huge fan of. He's a huge fan of my show.
So again,
he watches every show.
We can probably assume this has nothing to do with the Gaia suit. I mean, David Wilcock probably knows whether or not he's going to be deposed, and that's not for a number of months yet anyway. So we don't know if he's talking about Stavati or himself. I'm pretty sure it's not Stavati because I would have spotted it at this point.
Yeah, you're on top of this. It's probably the Gaia case that he's just now acknowledging. But it was like a month ago that he was saying somebody brought that up in his live chat that Gaia was suing him, which isn't accurate. Gaia's not suing him, but they're calling him as a witness in that case. And he said, that's not true. I have nothing to do with that.
The person in the live chat asked if he had to testify against Corey, and that's technically not correct. He's being deposed.
Oh, come on.
We'll see what he says about Corey.
He's got to testify in the deposition.
We don't know what questions he's going to be asked. That's attorney-client stuff. But here's the thing. It's possible, Stephen, and I've noticed this with Stavati. They are keeping things away from David Wilcock.
100%. Yeah.
It is very possible that this new lawsuit that David is talking about is actually the Dimitrov lawsuit that Stavati just revealed to him.
Oh, yeah. Great.
And that lawsuit has existed for almost 2 years now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they're keeping him completely in the dark, and they're trying to milk him for any money that they can possibly milk him for in order to pay some of their bills or whatever. It sounds to me like he was paying some of their bills, right?
He is. I mean, it doesn't sound like David Wilcock has claimed that he's had to give financial and cash injections to Stavati several times this year. He said it wasn't as much as previous years. David did say something about another board member doing alternative fundraising or something. we could talk about that another time. But regarding this Dimitrov lawsuit, it's almost too much of a coincidence for it not to be the Dimitrov lawsuit, because they got discovery extended, and then Dimitrov completed their discovery obligations via the filing this month. So, and then David claims right after the election, the day after, he was told of a new lawsuit. It's almost too much of a coincidence for it not to be the Dimitrov lawsuit. But we don't know. I've actually got a third party looking to see if David has a personal lawsuit.
And David Wilcock, I know you're watching. You have to specify. There's too many lawsuits floating around. You have to specify who's suing you, or who's suing Stavati, or who's suing who. Because there's too many lawsuits to keep track, and there's liens against this property. Did they tell you about all that they're not paying any of their creditors, David? Did they tell you that they might get that whole hangar might get foreclosed on, right? And they could lose it.
Well, it's being foreclosed on. It's in judicial
being foreclosed on.
Yeah. And I actually talked to a Stavati person about this, and they totally denied knowing about it, which is bull. Because a list, when you foreclose on someone, the clerk of the court sends out what's known as a lis pendens, which is Latin for lawsuit pending. So all of the mortgages and all of the lien holders and anyone with legal interest in that property, per the clerk of the court, they're going to get a lis pendens. They're going to get a notification that there's a lawsuit pending for judicial foreclosure. So everyone knows.
Jesus Christ. It just gets worse and worse with this situation. I don't know, John, how he could keep pretending on weekly live streams that they're getting funding any day now. Who's going to, who wants to invest in a company that's shady, that's getting sued?
Well,
they've got foreclosures. They've got,
According to the SEC form, 9 people invested $80,000. So someone is doing it.
Yeah, and I'm going to
go out allegedly.
I'm not as psychic as David Wilcock, obviously, John, but I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say, nobody is getting any of their money back from this company. That's my prediction. I'm entitled to that.
Again, with being a stockholder, the risk is that you could lose your entire investment. And that's not unique to Stavati. That's basically equity in any company.
Or any investment. Yeah. I got a friend that does crypto, Steven, and he's lost a lot more than he's gained doing that stuff. So it's scary.
Well, crypto isn't even equity. Crypto is crypto.
It's play money. Yeah. It's play computer money. It's kind of real, but not really. And yeah, I don't know.
Steven, should we talk about David and Beth Wilcock's new tax judgment in Colorado?
Yes, let's
talk about that.
That's on your Twitter as well, isn't it?
It's on my Twitter. Yeah, it's the big image. Yeah,
I'll get that up here.
So
this is a new tax lien on their property.
Right. So David Wilcock has talked about his $1.4 million in IRS debt, and we have also previously shared on this show an Arizona lien for David and Beth Wilcock that I think is like $59,000-$60,000, roughly somewhere in that neighborhood. But in September of this year in Colorado, David and Beth Wilcock now have a tax judgment, and it is for $29,684. And this was filed with the Boulder County Clerk on September 19th.
Isn't that the same amount of the last one, though? Or is this another one?
The Arizona tax debt is substantially larger, and it dates from 2023.
I think that one's 50 or so thousand, or maybe 80,000.
I think it's like 60,000. Like I said, okay. I'd have to go back and look.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look too. So,
but that's in Arizona. This is in Colorado. So they have IRS tax debt, Arizona tax debt, and now a Colorado tax judgment.
And so, I tried to call them before to find out. Do you know, is this income tax or real estate tax or what kind of tax? Do we know?
This is going to be income tax.
So but he's claiming he has 1.5 million. I guess he's got 30,000 in state income tax he never paid.
He has 30,000 in state tax income liability that he also shares with his wife.
Ex-wife.
His ex-wife.
Now.
Ex-wife.
Yeah.
So she has the several tax liability now that she has severed the relationship.
Wow. Yeah, that's something else. So that's another lien showing that David Wilcock is hopelessly in debt. Kind of explains why he's doing the super chat shuffle.
It's a big question because a number of streams ago, David Wilcock said that he was on a repayment plan for state income taxes where they were just automatically drafting it from his bank account.
Yeah, he says they took his last dollar that one time or something.
Yeah, they took his last dollar. So it brings up the question, if Arizona says he's not paying those taxes and there's now this Colorado judgment, what's going on with that payment plan, David? Like, are you still paying your taxes? Are they still taking it out of your bank account? Like, what's going on there, bro?
That's another one. Gotcha, bitch! What's going on, David? You got like $90,000 in tax liens on you right now. Wow.
Yeah, and that's not even going into the 1.4 million of federal IRS tax debt.
But he's claiming that, and there's two schools of thought on his claims on that, John. either he actually has $1.5 million in debt and he's being honest with his audience, but don't you think it could be considered some form of consumer fraud for him if he's pretending and he doesn't really have that much debt to try to get sympathy, to get super chats from people? That could be a problem. Oh, and I mean, allegedly, we're just spitballing here. I don't know that that's the case. He's free to correct us, show us the paperwork.
Deceiving people to generate empathy so that they give you gifts. I don't know what's going on there, but that does appear to be what he's doing.
Wow. And this is it just gets more and more.
It's the same reason, like how last week he said he spends $200 a week on turkey feed. He probably just told his audience that so that they'll empathize with him.
Oh yeah, and by the way, I want to say this, John, on the record. I don't know how much turkey feed costs, but I do know that a 50-pound bag of wild bird seed is like $15 at Walmart. A 50 or 100-pound bag, is like $20. So like, what is he feeding them? 800 pounds of feed a week? Like, no, come on.
I've heard from several people who purchase feed for poultry, and the feedback I've been given is that there's no way he's realistically spending that much money on that many turkeys.
So David Wilcock, you know what we got? Another one. Gotcha, bitch! Show us the receipts for the turkey feed that you claim. And he has a pattern of this. With his charity, he was saying, oh, we're helping these sloths and all these burnt animals in Australia. And then you look at his charity forms, there's no proof that he's helping anybody but himself. That's the next thing. I want to get your reaction to this. If you don't mind sticking around, I can run through this charity stuff real quick, and we'll have the complete set. Stavati, all the scammy, shady shit, and gotcha bitches. It's Stavati Aerospace, his fake aerospace company. Now Let's
move on to the
charity. Now, this is from my previous reporting, but since I did the David Wilcock Shady Charity Finances Part 1, he's filed 2 more 990 forms that are even more ridiculous when you get into how much money he collected and how much money he spent. But this is from my previous reporting that's pretty problematic with the first 2 years' forms that he filed. Check this out. Amazing. It's amazing. Okay. Here's intangible assets. He's saying that they have $7,482 in intangible assets. Tangible assets for a charity are usually like stocks, bonds, something like that. Some asset that's liquid or could be liquidated. Here's where we get really interesting. Due from Divine Cosmos LLC, beginning 0. Due from Divine Cosmos LLC, ending. Apparently, his for-profit business donated $33,246 to his nonprofit charity. Now, what does that mean? That means that his business gets a big tax write-off for a $33,000 contribution to his own charity. That's right, gets out of paying more taxes. It's not enough for him to get out of paying all the taxes on the $150,000 that he and his wife collected tax-free and spent on whatever they wanted. He had to donate from his for-profit business to his nonprofit charity $33,000 so that he could get out of paying more taxes he owes the federal government, or would owe the federal government.
We have taxes to pay, to be honest with you, so please come on in and help us out so we don't go in debt. Everybody needs money, and I know everybody gets mad online if you charge for anything, but that's why we try to keep it as inexpensive as possible for you. If you buy this course, you're getting us $333 closer to the Hawaii planet, okay? Sometimes I gotta be direct.
Wow.
That part at the end where he talks about the Hawaii planet, earlier in that video, he basically says or implies that he hates living here on Earth and he wants to go to this planet so bad. So give him money so he can take a hover car to fly there.
It's just crazy. Well, I have been poring over David Wilcock's charity. his 990 forms. And John, I know you know this, but for the benefit of my audience, a 990 form, for those unaware, if you have a 501c3 charity, you have to file every year with the federal government. And basically you have to say, this is how much money we took in donations, and this is what we spent the money on. And I have a working theory that I will clearly admit is a theory, but based on David Wilcock's public statements, it appears that David Wilcock is using, at least allegedly appears, that he is using money from his charity to buy computers, thousands of dollars of computers, thousands of dollars of software, thousands of dollars of audiovisual supplies, thousands of dollars worth of office supplies, and then somehow using that equipment. He says it in this clip we have. He says we're using this equipment that the charity purchased in order to make for-profit monetized videos. And then in this clip we're going to play next, friends, he says this video is sponsored by the Wilcock Charity Foundation, but I checked and every one of those videos is monetized with ads. So I don't think that's legal, John, but I'm not a lawyer or an IRS agent. It doesn't seem, you can't, in other words, if I have a charity, I can't buy, thousands of dollars worth of cameras and production equipment and then use it here on my for-profit show. Do you know what I mean? Do you follow my logic here?
I do, and that's called enormment.
Yeah, it's unjustly enriching yourself from the charity, because people are donating money to the charity not so that you could use the charity's resources to then make profit on another entity. And there's something, my wife's an accountant. There's something called commingling of funds, and this is a real problem. My wife would never allow me to commingle my business funds with other funds. Like, everything's got to be done by the book. And in this clip, he says he has a CPA. And I checked with a couple of CPAs. My wife's an accountant. We know many accountants. They all said there's no way that you can use charity money to buy equipment and then use the equipment to do for-profit monetized live streams. This next clip is about 4 minutes, so relax, John, because it's 4 minutes long, but it's important that we put this on the record so people could see. These are his public statements about the charity money he's collected. By the way, he's collected almost $200,000, but more than that, probably, because he hasn't filed his last 2 years 990s. He hasn't filed 23 and 24. He's filed 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and maybe 2022. I have to check. But I'm going to share a Google Drive link with all of those documents. And when you see what he's spending this charity's money on, John, it is ridiculous. But let's hear from him about his great charity work. John?
Thank you for watching. This video is sponsored by the Wilcock Foundation, which is our 501c3. We've done this through your grassroots support. And we now have the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, which also is a very important part of our work that allows me to do these videos and have them sponsored. This was sponsored by our foundation, the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, which financed much of the equipment that you're now seeing and that we're using. So this is a good way for us to use our nonprofit to give something back. I invested in this six-figure Hollywood quality production studio simply because I could, and it gives me a way to create high production value where I can literally just sit down and make a documentary film in one sitting, and then I'm done, a little bit of post-production. But I'm happy to be doing this, sponsored by our foundation, the Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, which financed much of the equipment that you're now seeing and that we're using.
And there's some music in it that you and I did. And
yeah, it's very cool. Yeah. And this is sponsored by our 501c3 corporation, which is called Wilcock Spiritual Healing and Empowerment. We had a lot of people asking for ways that they could donate without paying taxes, and we actually do have all of it done the right way. We're under the supervision of a CPA firm, and so everything is done totally by the book. And so one of the ways that we give back to you is by giving out free content. So this is a movie-length show that has multiple camera angles, and you're going to really love it. So,
and we do a lot to help to protect animals. We love sloths. We are going to be helping some of the burned koala bears from Australia, which is so sad. So many animals lost their lives there. And
there's a billion animals, right?
Sadly, a billion animals lost their lives in the Australian fires. And there are still some wounded ones that are alive. And so we use that foundation to channel assistance to different organizations. And we're actually featuring those in the Ascension Mystery School. And we're doing like little short videos, so maybe we can also let other people know. But we're doing our best to be a part of the solution, which is to anchor in the sacred here on Earth, to make sure this Earth is a beautiful place and a peaceful place for now and for generations to come.
Well, let's also put this on the record while you're here. You and I both got some new briefings that are really heavy, and we're not going to say what they are, but for people who don't think this is real,
briefings.
What would you like to tell them?
Well, since David and I have been together closely for like the last 4.5 years, I've gotten to meet about 20 insiders, and some of those are people that are deep inside of the government. There are insiders that he never really even talks about. We'll just generally talk about, but they're not really known. And from some of the insiders that are in the deepest levels of really the warriorship on the planet, you would call that the Alliance.
And this is sponsored by our 501c3 corporation, which is called Wilcock Spiritual Healing and Empowerment. We had a lot of people asking for ways that they could donate without paying taxes, and we actually do have all of it done the right way. We're under the supervision of a CPA firm, and so everything is done totally by the book. And so one of the ways that we give back to you is by giving out free content. So this is a movie-length show that has multiple camera angles, and you're going to really love it. And we actually do have all of it done the right way. We're under the supervision of a CPA firm, and so everything is done totally by the book. And so everything is done totally by the book, totally by the book, totally by the book, totally by the book, totally by the book.
I'm sorry. It's totally by the book, John.
Yeah, he's saying that like it was a free stream, but if that stream and channel is monetized,
that
then people...
specific, every time he says this video is sponsored by the Wilcock Foundation, there's ads on it. So is he giving the ad revenue? This is a whole can of worms that he just opened here for himself. And I gotta say, listen, I'll be honest. I looked into this before, but I kind of let it go because I'm not an IRS guy. I spent 20 years in corporate accounting, though, and I know a lot about accounting. I know a lot of accountants, so I asked around, and every one of them that I described this scenario to was like, no, you can't do that. It's unjust enrichment. You can't personally profit from the charity. And then Macario has this. There's one more clip, John, that is just brilliant because...
Well, Macario's clips are all brilliant.
Oh, they're great. And we'll put the fair use banner back up. I will share this one. This is him talking about what little money he makes. First, it was $10,000 a month. Then he said it's $20,000 a month. But in this clip, he talks about giving $3,000 a month to one of his friends who's dying of cancer from his charity. And again, anybody can Google this. Can you give a friend of yours money from your charity? That's illegal. That is illegal. So we're going to share this and cite fair use. This is another one of those just incredible clips that I can't believe that he is saying this stuff. And, you know, he's saying all this stuff on public live streams. He's like, basically, I feel like he's hanging himself. He's like, give me that rope. I'll tie the knot. Right. Let's listen, John.
So, you know, I do make about maybe 10 grand a month on this, but that includes all the super chats and all the ads and everything. So it's not really enough, but it is sustainable. And I do thank you guys for participating in that. It's certainly not big money as far as I'm concerned. My mortgage is
It's
well
only
over
10
half that
grand.
amount. You know, food and everything else costs a lot. It's a flash sale because we are about to get funded. But until we do, it's a nail biter. I'm coming up towards the end of the month, and I barely have enough money to pay my mortgage, as usual. It's been this way for 3 years. I've been essentially bankrupt. I have to have ads on this, or else I don't get any protection, and we wouldn't even be able to do the show.
Protection.
So the ads are a necessary thing, and it also has been, frankly, one of the only sources of income I've had.
That's the real
As I
reason.
said, I'm getting about 10 grand a month from that. My mortgage is like 6,200.
We got to talk about the mortgage after
And
this.
so, you know, there isn't a whole lot left over. Plus, I've been helping a friend who's dying of cancer with my nonprofit. And so he's actually getting like $3,000 a month right there. So $3,000 of my money is going to help somebody
Again,
who
sympathy.
is one of my insiders and is dying. And both of them are actually, well, I don't know if they're dying. We're helping him stay alive longer. Let's put it that way. So, yeah, even in this state where I have so little money, I'm helping
Yes,
somebody
10
who
grand a month's
otherwise
not
would be
enough.
homeless and probably dead already with, you know, at least $3,000 a month. Sometimes.
Cucumbers.
So
That's what it is.
you add all that up, there's nothing left. And that's why I have to keep doing this. I have to keep doing shows so I have a stable income. They cut him off on his pension. They cut him off on everything. So they literally have no money at all except for me. And to keep them alive, it costs about $3,000. We joke about, I say just 8 cents a day, but it costs about $3,000 a month. Sometimes, actually, I've been having to give him more now because he's had so many problems. But yeah, that's who I am. I'll take the last of my money to keep one of my friends and his wife alive
Again,
because that's what I
sympathy.
believe in.
Send me
It's
money.
truth and justice and freedom. I'm only making like 10 grand a month, you know, beginning in around February of this
Only.
year.
Only
That's
10
when I started to do regular
and
weekly
he
shows
says
again.
20 grand.
And then that income has stabilized me, you know, about 10 grand a month, as I said. It's a little bit more than that now. People thinking, oh my God, David's making all this money. No, you know, we make about $10,000 a month on YouTube. It's the YouTube income. This comes out to about like 20 grand a month if you average it all out.
Now it's 20.
But I've been keeping our aerospace company going. So a lot of
$250,000
money
a
went into that.
year.
And I
Well,
had
don't
to
forget
have,
the
you
Ancient
know, huge
Aliens
tax
income. That's
payments.
probably still coming in.
Yeah,
5,000,
royalties.
6,000, well, actually more like $6,500 a month for all the tax payments. And then I also have had a friend who and his wife who were dying of cancer. The wife did pass away this past week. It was very sad.
John, there's so much here to unpack. First of all, first he says he's only making 10 grand a month. Then he says it's 20 grand a month. And like, even if it's 10, that means he's making $120,000 a year. And he's crying that that's not enough. He says that's not enough. Then he
And
says
get-
it's 20,000 and that's still not enough. That would be $240,000 a year. And you're right. Shouldn't he be getting royalties from Ancient Aliens, or did he have a shitty contract where he just got paid a little bit of money? I heard Richard Dolan has said that he never got any money from doing Ancient Aliens. You know, he would fly out there at his own expense. He would do like, you know, he would do like they would interview him for a couple of hours, and then they would take 2-minute segments of him and jam it in there, and he never got any money. He did it to sell books, to, you know, publicize himself. So who knows what David's deal was, but $20,000 a month, and it's still not enough. And now I'm going to show you the proof that over the past 4 years, he collected $200,000 for his charity. And then when you see what he spent it on, it is a laugh riot. But let's talk about the mortgage. You found that his house was transferred into some shady shell company connected to Corey Good's one-time lawyer attack dog, Liz Laurie,
Correct.
was somehow involved in that. So he's on a public live stream saying, my mortgage is $6,000 a month. But he doesn't own that home. According to the documents that you found, it's owned by some kind of shady shell company, right?
So the way it works in Colorado has, for the most part, non-judicial foreclosure. So when you get a mortgage in Colorado, the lender files what's known as a deed of trust to secure the mortgage in that county. And the
Okay.
mortgage is held by a trustee. So obviously, if David mortgaged not David Mortgage, if David Wilcock were to stop paying his mortgage, the lender would then contact the trustee, begin the foreclosure process. It would effectively, generally, is non-judicial foreclosure, so it wouldn't see a judge or a courtroom. It would go by the process that's in the deed of trust. So that's still filed in Boulder County, and that's still in effect. So David Wilcock's mortgage is still active. It hasn't been discharged or satisfied. What David Wilcock did in 2020, what actually he and his wife did at the time, was they went to California and they did a general warranty deed transferring the title, his title that he and his wife held in that property, to a company called Vested Funding LLC. And that document was filled out, it was notarized, it was recorded in Boulder County.
But I don't understand then. So he's transferring what? The equity he already has paid into the property?
Title. He has transferred his title to this nominee corporation.
Okay, but for the sake, but doesn't that mean if he's transferring the title to this corporation, then he doesn't own the title or the home anymore?
Correct. His person.
And people have speculated that he did that because there was tax liens from the IRS coming, and they were going to hit the house.
It's not really. I mean, it kind of is speculation.
It's speculation.
But if you look at the timing, the liens, the IRS placed liens on that property in 2019. When David Wilcock did this title transfer, one of the liens was still active. So actually, David Wilcock, that with a general warranty deed, you warranty that there are no encumbrances on the title. When David Wilcock transferred this to Vested Funding LLC, there was still a lien. There was still an IRS lien. That lien wasn't discharged until September.
Jim. Oh, no. You know what that means? Gotcha, bitch. You lied when you title transferred that, David Wilcock. Gotcha, bitch.
Here's the thing. The only person that has a claim in that situation would be Vested Funding LLC. We speculate that David Wilcock is the beneficial owner of Vested Funding LLC. So David Wilcock may have lied effectively to himself. So it's not. I mean,
he lies so much. I could imagine him lying to himself. I'm sure he lies to his audience every week. Lying to himself, no big deal.
The one remaining IRS lien was satisfied in September, and there have been no further liens, at least none that are recorded. So that issue is kind of water under the bridge. But where we are, Stephen, is that the title for this property is held by Vested Funding LLC. I was looking at the Wyoming documents the other day.
But isn't he fucking himself with the IRS or everybody else by saying on a public live stream, I have to pay my mortgage for a company, for a home that he claims he transferred the title to some company?
Well, here's the thing. Just because he transferred title does not relieve him of his obligation with that deed of trust and the lender's mortgage.
To pay the mortgage, yeah.
So David Wilcock still has an obligation and is still paying a mortgage for a property, for a house that he lives in but does not own.
Wow. That's something else. That's
and
shady.
Vested Funding LLC went defunct for a lack of a registered agent and for failure to pay taxes in Wyoming on the corporation. It went defunct in 2022. And Stephen, under Wyoming law, after 2 years, that corporation can no longer be reinstated. And it hasn't been reinstated. So that corporation is a dead zombie corporation.
So what happens to the title of his house then?
Technically, the corporation can still wind up. It can still do what's necessary to dispose of assets. But here's the thing.
This is so shady.
If David Wilcock was smart, he would figure out a way to get that title maybe back into his own name somehow. Maybe have the corporation wind up and dispose of that asset and transfer it to him. Because if for some reason he stops paying his mortgage, remember, he still has the mortgage obligation. Even though he doesn't have the house, he has the mortgage obligation. If for any reason he stops paying that lender, they're going to foreclose. Now, in Colorado, obviously that house is appreciated in value. If it sells, there's going to be a chunk of change. And obviously the
he's
mortgage...
going to lose all that gained equity.
Well,
he's going to lose all the gained equity because he doesn't own the title.
Correct. In Colorado, and I think in most states, and if not all states, I think this went to the Supreme Court actually, but in Colorado, obviously once the lien or the mortgage is satisfied, if the house is foreclosed on and gets sold, Once the lender and all the liens, if there are any liens, get paid off and satisfied, David, the owner that got foreclosed on, would be due whatever is left. And in David Wilcock's case, it might be $1 million or more.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Stephen. He's not the owner anymore. Vested Funding LLC holds the title. So in theory, if that house was sold today and the obligations were fulfilled, the check, the remainder of what the house sold for, any money that was left over, would go to Vested Funding LLC, which is a dead, defunct Wyoming corporation.
So it would go nowhere. Yeah, he's going to lose all the appreciation on the property.
Potentially.
Amazing.
Now, again, the dead, defunct corporation can still wind up operations. It can still dispose of assets. But
I know in Pennsylvania, if you don't file your taxes on an LLC for 2 years in a row, they kill the entity. So I've always been very on top of that to make sure I file my taxes on time and whatever to keep my LLC active.
In Wyoming, even after it becomes inactive, there's still a 2-year period where you could reinstate it.
Well, here we're giving him free advice. You better do something here and transfer that shit back to you, dummy.
There's no advice because the 2 years is up, and that corporation, if you go to Wyoming, the Wyoming website clearly says that the corporation has reached the end of its life cycle. So it's never coming back.
Oh, wow. So that was a brilliant plan of his that didn't work out too well in the end, transferring that title.
It prevented the IRS from putting liens on it, and, he doesn't own the house, but he's clearly still living there.
Wow.
So
yeah, but I don't understand how that wouldn't be considered some form of, evasion of debt or, this is also shady.
It might, putting the title, first of all, the mere fact that he put the title into someone else's name and he didn't get prior permission from the lender, he's already in default.
Wow.
The lender simply hasn't enforced it because David Wilcock is probably paying his mortgage on time. So the lender doesn't care for one reason or another. They might in the future, who's to say?
Wow. Well, I guess to wrap up here, John, I wanted to see, do you want to see what some of the money that David Wilcock spent for his charity?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Oh, this is going to be good, John. I have been poring over 4 years of his charity finances, and there's a lot of red flags here. So we'll go through some of these red flags. And by the way, I swore off of spreadsheets at my last corporate accounting job. I said I'm never doing a spreadsheet again. I don't care. I'm just basically using Word document. I didn't want to do a spreadsheet. But all right, so wow, we could go through this pretty quickly. And this is total contributions, and he has to disclose this per IRS laws. So in 2018, for his charity, he took in $94,000 in charitable contributions. Then in 2019, he took in $35,000. In 2020, $20,000. 2021, $47,000. And this is the strangest thing. I don't know how you go from collecting $47,000 in 2021 in 2022, and I had to go through this and check this 3 times. He claims he only took in $10 worth of charitable donations. And another red flag to me, John, is how do you hit exactly $94,000 in charitable donations? Doesn't that seem like a red flag? Like it just so happened that you collected, and I could be wrong here, but he collected exactly $94,000 in charitable donations. I hope he has receipts.
We would have to see the checks. I mean,
yeah, we got to see the checks, David. And somehow we're supposed to believe that in 2022 he only took in $10. But here's where it gets crazy. Remember the slide or the clips that we played, John, where he said all of the equipment that you're seeing was purchased by the Wilcock Foundation. In 2018, he bought $6,650 worth of AV and production supplies. In 2019, he bought okay. So, I forgot. So in total, his total contributions, $197,000 he's collected for his charity. So 2018, he spent $6,650 on AV and production supplies. In 2019, he spent $2,219. Somehow in 2020, he didn't spend any money on audio, video, or production supplies. In 2021, he spent $5,328, and in 2022, he spent $347, bringing a grand total. And remember, this is just audio, video, and production supplies. He bought $14,544 worth of audio, video, production supplies, which may be the 7 cameras and the computers and whatever else, microphones he uses to do these streams, allegedly bought from charitable donations. My favorite, though, John, was the meals and entertainment. In 2018, $3,973 in meals and entertainment. Remember, friends, he's buying all of this from charitable donations. People are donating this money for him to do charity with. Then in 2019, he spent $1,955. 2020, he went cheap and didn't spend any on meals and entertainment. 2021, $2,178. In 2022, again, very cheap, $99. But that means that he spent a total of $8,205 of the money people are donating for him to do charity with on meals and entertainment. John, I don't know. I'm very cheap. How long do you think it would take you to spend $8,200 on meals and entertainment?
I mean, I have to separate those things, right? Like meals would be one thing, entertainment would be something else. Because like I don't group those two things together. The reason that they're grouped together is because that's meals and entertainment that are supposed to be done, in accordance with the business of the charity.
So maybe he's buying, I guess we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He bought $8,200 worth of meals and entertainment for potential donors. I mean, I guess if we're going to be fair,
for potential donors, in theory, like if him and his wife actually went down to some other country to help sloths, then on that trip, the meals and entertainment could be expensed as part of the charity.
All right. Well, now let's get into software, though, John. Do you buy a lot of software?
I wouldn't say I buy a lot of software, but I've bought software.
Yeah, I've bought software too, but this software section of David Wilcock's charity funds is something else. In 2018, he spent $5,585. In 2019, he didn't buy any software. In 2020, he bought $364 in software. In 2021, he bought $3,418 worth of software. In 2022, he bought $889, meaning people are donating this money for him to do charity with, and he bought $10,256 worth of software. John, I got to tell you, I have a background in computer science. I know a lot about software. That is a mountain of software, or a mountain of, let's say, broadcast plugins for audio video software, or a mountain of video editing, or a mountain of, that is a lot of software, $10,000. And what troubles me and makes this a red flag for me, John, is I can't see that he's actually done any real charitable work that would require any software. Because essentially, these forms reveal that David Wilcock basically, he takes in $1 of charitable contributions, and then he gives 15 cents of that dollar to other charities, and then he spends the rest of the money on himself or all of these toys, it appears, allegedly. So why do you need $10,000 worth of software to take $1 in a charitable donation through PayPal and then give 15 cents to another charity? Is there any way that he can justify that expense? $10,000 worth of software.
I mean, what software do you need to build sloth bridges? Because that's, they allegedly said that their charity is going to help animals and whatnot. I mean,
yeah, and I put on the record, David Wilcock, show us how many sloths did you save with $200,000 worth of charitable donations? That's what you and your wife said you were going to do, help animals. And then supplies and office expenses. This is crazy. I worked in offices all my life, including I worked for a company called Penn Jersey Paper. That's right. It's kind of like Dunder Mifflin paper, That was my life for years. And anyway, he says in 2018 that he spent $10,461 on supplies and office expenses. And again, my question is, why do you need 10 grand worth of office supplies to just give 15 cents on the dollar that you've collected? 2019, $112, 2020, $97. And this is what's going to be a red flag, according to some accountants I talked to. Your expenses for your charity should be, unless you can explain it, more or less congruent from year to year, or similar from year to year, right? But it doesn't make any sense that he spent $10,000 one year and $97 another year, unless he's using the same supplies for 3-4 years. I don't get it.
And 2022 is a nice even number of 1,500. I don't know how.
How do you get to that nice even number? Yeah, I hope you have receipts for everything, David.
I mean,
for
it comes
2022.
down. Stephen, is a MacBook considered an office supply?
Oh no, that gets better. I got more for you. So let's go to the red flags first, and then we'll go to. So here's some red flags I noticed. In 2019, he claims that they spent $3,972 on machinery and equipment.
What machinery and equipment?
That could be MacBooks. That could be Mac Pros. He's always talking that he's got the latest, greatest M1 Macs, the Apple Silicon Mac that does all these great things. And my big question, and again, it's just a question. I'm not making accusations. I'm just questioning this. My big question is, did you buy computers that you're using to do your for-profit streams? Did you buy audio and video equipment to the tune of $14,000 and you're using some of that? He can't use any of that equipment to do his for-profit streams.
Remember, David Wilcock claims that his Severin cameras are the Black Magic cameras, and I just looked up the price of those things. They're like $1,000 to $2,000 a pop.
So isn't that funny? Like, look, let's look at that again. $14,000 on audio, video, and production supplies. That could be the 7 cameras. But also, he spent $10,000 on software. And again, John, he's not allowed to use any of that software to do his for-profit streams. It's totally illegal.
That's
totally
true.
illegal.
And all I can say is, the Shadow of Ezra slides aren't going to make themselves.
Red flags, too. Okay, so in 2021, he spent $7,769 on training. And again, what kind of training do you need to take $1 in a PayPal donation and give 15 cents to some other charity and keep 85 cents? So I don't understand it. But my favorite of these is in 2021, he claims he spent $7,482 for an email service provider. And I mean, I have a background in IT. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm like, how could you spend that much on an email service provider?
I think his website and his email is through GoDaddy, right? Like, there's no way he's spending that much through GoDaddy.
I don't believe so. So I think we're going to have to see an itemized breakdown of how you spent $7,482. We want to see receipts, David Wilcock. And what about training? How did you spend $7,769 on training? To do what?
Well, I mean, to be fair, if someone knows how to build sloth bridges and they know how to build really good sloth bridges, I could see that person charging David Wilcock that much money to teach them how to build.
Well, we just need to see the receipts, and then it's all okay, John.
Yeah, we would have. Yeah.
Also,
itemized receipts.
More red flags. In 2022, he claims that he spent $8,462 on contract labor, which is very vague. But what labor are you contracting if all you're doing is collect? Again, he's collecting $1. Then he takes 15 cents and he gives it, and then he keeps the rest.
Here's maybe what happened. Okay, they spent $7,769 for training to learn how to build the sloth bridges, and then they decided that they were lazy, so then they just contracted out someone else to build the sloth bridges.
Again, we're going to have to see some receipts. But here's where it gets crazy again, because remember, a business or a charity's expenses, in order to not raise red flags from an accounting perspective, have to be at least similar, unless you can explain why there's a glaring difference. So in 2021, he claims his email service provider cost $7,482, but then in 2022, his email service provider for the charity was only $1,188. This is crazy. Like, even I try to justify it. I'm like, well, maybe he's using some kind of email marketing service, but MailChimp is $20 a month. That's $240 a year. And most of those email marketing companies are $20 or $50 a month. They're not $7,000 a month. That's crazy. And next, another red flag. In 2018, David Wilcock donated $2,147 from his for-profit company to his own charity, which would mean what, John? That he got a tax break on that 20 grand?
Yeah, that would effectively mean that, yeah, if his for-profit company donated that to the charity, then it could be a tax deduction.
And then in 2019, his for-profit company donated $33,246 to his charity. Wow. And then we'll go to the charitable donations. So what we find out is in 2018, they gave zero to charity. They collected, what did they collect the first year? The first year they collected $94,000 and they gave zero of it to charity.
Well, here's a question that should be asked. Back on those Divine Cosmos contributions, why did those end in 2019? I'm gonna send you why I think they ended, Steve. I'm gonna put it in our chat.
LLC is gone. Yes, his LLC is defunct.
So I just sent you the link if you want to bring it up.
Yes, absolutely. 1 second. Let me go to the private chat here. Let me get that here, and we'll share this. I will share this tab. It's a PO box, so it's okay to share.
So this is apparently the only corporate entity that David Wilcock was associated with in Colorado, aside from his charity. And you can see in 2019 it became defunct.
Well, that's not Divine Cosmos LLC, though. He might have another one registered in Las Vegas or something. In fairness to him.
But I mean, it's almost too much of a coincidence. But you want to see something interesting? If you look down at the bottom, there's a home company. Click on that link.
Seven Sisters Healing Arts.
Right, and this is in Arizona. So this is basically the same name company in Arizona, and technically you have to log into this website to see who the officers are. It says that there's 2 officers available. I'll do you guys a favor and tell you that it's Beth.
It's Beth and him.
It's Beth.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Well, let's go back to this charity and see. So essentially, in 2018 he gave zero in charitable donations, and near as I can tell, there's no charitable work being done except he takes in this money and then he gives a little slice of it to some other charities. And I don't even believe he did this. I want to see the receipts. But in 2019, he claims he gave $19,850 to other charities. In 2020, he claims he gave $7,026. And in 2021, he only gave $292. And look at this. In 2021, they collected $47,000. So in some years, he's given like a tiny, tiny slice of the money that he collected. $292 after he collected almost $50K. And in 2022, this is another weird red flag. In 2022, he claims he only took in $10 for the charity and charitable donations. And yet he gave out $4,990. So basically, that means that we'll see this. We'll do it this way. Total contributions, $197,000, $197.58. And so they gave $32,000 away of the almost $200,000, which means it's like 15 cents on the dollar that he's giving away to other charities, and he's keeping 85% of the money for himself. But it gets even better, John, because in the charity forms, let me fix that. In the charity forms, it seems like he's also taking out $30,000 lines of credit on the charity, and he's taking out credit card debt on the charity.
And what's he incurring the debt for? That's really the big question.
I don't know. But this charity is very shady, and all I
Is-
have to say to David Wilcock is show us the receipts, explain this shit. And by
You
the
know,
way, on the record, I want to put it on the record. I'm not making any allegations or accusations. I'm just saying from my experience, 20 years in corporate America, in accounting, I was a corporate credit analyst. There's red flags all over this thing, but I'm not an IRS agent. I don't know what is the standards that they require. I think they're pretty lax on charities, right?
his charity, like you've looked at the forms, right? Even as far as the most recent forms, the charity still has cash, right? It still has
Apparently.
cash. It hasn't spent all its cash that it's ever gotten. It still has a cash balance. So, and I think it's thousands of dollars.
Yeah, so
if
why
you've
would
got-
you take out a $30,000 line of credit or take out
Exactly.
credit cards to the tune of thousands of dollars if you've got cash on hand? It's
Exactly.
very shady. And in those clips we saw, he said that they're under the supervision of a CPA. I don't think any CPA would let him file forms like this. This is totally done. It looks like somebody that knows nothing about accounting filled these forms out.
Those are further questions.
Further
Those
questions.
are further questions.
We're going to need to see receipts. But just to be clear, I'm not making any allegations or, all I'm saying is I would strongly advise people against donating to his charity based on the public filings. Because, listen, if you want to donate to some sloth organization to help animals, just give the money to them. Don't give it to him so he slices off 85 cents and gives them 15 cents. It doesn't,
I mean, I want to know what email provider charged him $7,000. That's what I want to know.
I know. All I can say about this charity to David Wilcock is, gotcha, bitch. And, he can call me a Satan worshiping pedophile, John, which he's called you as well, I think.
No, he said that I hate Christians because my middle name is Christian. That's what he
Okay,
said.
yeah, okay. But he did compare you to child predator somehow. I don't know. Yeah.
Macario, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Macario, he did that too. Okay, besides me, but he never addresses the problems. And look, if he's not doing anything wrong, just go, listen. David Wilcock, go on a live stream and show us the receipts for the 7 cameras that you're using and the canceled checks or the payment forms, so that we know you didn't pay for those 7 cameras you're using out of charitable donations. Then show us all the software that you're using for your for-profit streams. Show us the receipts of purchase and the proof of payment, so that we know you didn't use charity money to buy any of that software you're using. Show us the equipment. You say you spent $4,000 in equipment. Is that a MacBook Pro and a Mac Pro? Or a Mac Studio or whatever. I'm not a Mac guy. He is. I think he should be able to show all these receipts and say, no, I bought 7 cameras for the charity streams. And by the way, that's another thing. Where are the free streams, David? Post the links to the free streams that you did. He bought tens of thousands of dollars worth of software and cameras and microphones and computers and thousands of dollars of office supplies. He should be able to show us a second set of receipts for 7 cameras and software and computers that he uses for his for-profit streams. And if he can't, I'm going to say that there's a reason that he can't, John.
Well, remember, a free stream, that's really a misnomer. Just because you can go and watch his streams and as a viewer you don't have to pay anything doesn't mean he's not making
It's a
money.
for-profit stream. If it's
Yeah.
monetized and there's ads on it,
He's getting the ad
for-profit
revenue.
stream. He's
And,
getting the
he's
ad
got-
revenue.
He's got the ads turned like all the way up, and people constantly are in his chat saying like less ads please, because the ads just get in the way.
Yeah, well, there's a slider. I keep mine at medium, and people still complain to me. I might track them back to minimal because people don't like it,
But Stephen, David says that he does that for protection. He has the ads turned on for protection.
It makes no sense. We want to thank Ted Rudolph for a kind of generous $5 super chat. Says, always fun to watch these grifters. Sneed, Steve. Yes, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we thank Amy WC for a kind and generous $10 super chat who says appreciate you. Well, we appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. And here's Mike Larry. We're gonna hit we might hit our goal. The goal for tonight is 50 gifted subs. Mike Larry gifted 10 Truth Seekers membership, and that means Critically Morbid got a free membership from Mike Larry. Mick Mack got a free membership. Reed Bus got a free membership. James Rochel's got a free membership. Crunchy 9000 was gifted a membership. Patty Prescott gifted a membership. We have what is that? Purge Eel Goblins. Okay, and Gazette.
Purge all goblins.
Purge all goblins. Okay, I'm sorry. You know, I'm half blind. You guys with these weird names, but that's a good name, actually. Purge all goblins. Gazette became a Praise the Cash member, and so did /GIB. So we need 40 more gifted memberships to hit tonight's goal. But we thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and support. Plan D, longtime show supporter, says, awesome adventures only here tonight on Truth Seekers. Absolutely. So, John, I've heard that David Wilcock canceled tomorrow's stream because he hurt his widow ankle or something. Is that true?
That's what I've heard.
Okay,
hurt his ankle, and he's walking around on crutches, is what I've heard.
David Wilcock ought to be careful who he calls for advice and blabbers to, because it would appear, John, that some of his so-called friends are not his friends. And I'm here to tell you that I don't think he canceled that stream because of his ankle. I'm entitled to my belief. I think he canceled his stream because he doesn't know how he's going to use 7 cameras without proving that he bought them with, non-charitable money. Gotcha, bitch.
I mean, again, I looked at those black magic camera prices, and I mean, they're thousands of dollars. He got 7 of them.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I don't know. I have multiple cameras, John, but all of mine are like, Logitechs. They're like $115 or so,
And he's got like HDMI to SDI converters. He's got like a sort of homebrew prosumer, set up in his house.
I think it's overkill. I think it's overkill for live streaming personally, but
I mean, it makes it. The cameras they do come across very good quality. And they come across such good quality that you can see like all the imperfections in David Wilcock's appearance.
Yeah, well, that's why I like the cheap cameras, because I become more handsome with the little blur, So it's not. Well, the other thing is,
you can see how droopy his eyes are, and you can see his hairline receding.
I mean, dimple every pore, his hairline, and God forbid when he bent. Remember when he bent over that time? You can see his bald ass head. It's the whole top of his head is all bald as shit. Yeah, that ain't coming back.
Remember when he had like that sty on his eye, and you could see all that? It was kind of you could see it all in high definition with the black magic cameras.
Kevin Alt says, I bet he takes credit for fake alien invasion. I can imagine that. Welcome to the show says, the most expensive and editing software I can find online is $600. Yeah, how did he spend tens of thousands of dollars worth of all this equipment? And this is the arrogance, though, of him. I think that he's so narcissistic that he's just like, yeah, I can have a charity and people can give me all this free money and I can buy all the toys I want and use them however I want. And I'm here to tell you that that's not the case. And he's going to have a real problem doing these live streams unless he can prove where all that equipment came from and that he's not using any of the stuff he bought with the charity money. And, everybody's got canceled checks or proof of purchase, Like my wife's an accountant, John. If I asked her, can you get me the receipt for the Logitech webcam that I bought 3 years ago and the proof of payment, she'd get it. It might take her, a little bit, but she'd get it.
Even if he
I don't think
receipts,
I don't think he's that organized.
He has bank statements, right? He's got to have bank statements.
Yeah, and you can go to your bank and get them, so there's no excuse, David Wilcock. On your next live stream, you got some splaining to do, bro, because, maybe you shouldn't go around calling reporters child predators and calling reporters Satan worshipers and saying reporters got you swatted, because all that did, John, is made me dig a little deeper. That's the sad part. He weaponized me. He weaponized me against him because, of course, I'm going to hold. I said I forgave him, and largely I have, but I still think it's in the public's best interest. I don't want anybody donating money to him or feeling sorry for him. And oh, by the way, that other thing, he's giving a friend of his $3,000 a month from the charity's money. You can't do that. You can't.
Is he giving the friend money, or is he paying for medical expenses?
Well, we're going to need to see receipts for that too, John. We're going to do a full audit. That's what we want. He can send the receipts to truthseekershow@gmail.com. And by the way, if I'm wrong, I'll apologize. I'll show all his receipts live on my show. And he better have receipts for 14 of those cameras because he was using 7 of them, he said, for the charity. But then that's another thing. Where's all the free videos that he said that he's made? He said that the charity's money is enabling him to make these videos. But then the videos are monetized.
The videos are on his YouTube. They've been on his YouTube for years. Those videos.
They're the monetized ones, though. That you can't do that. You can't use charity money to buy tens of thousands of dollars worth of software equipment and then use them for for-profit videos and just say, this video was sponsored by.
Right, but who has the authority to do anything about it? The IRS, the tax agencies.
Well, somebody
they would have to look into it.
I'm not reporting him, but I hear that other people are pissed, and somebody else may, but I think he's got enough problems though, John, and like a few more, and he's going to be pushed into a rubber room. Like we're getting a rubber room, time for a new jacket for David Wilcock kind of territory.
Yeah, I gotta say, based on Stavati's actions this week and David Wilcock's declining or suspicious behavior for the last year, David Wilcock may reach financial insolvency before he can ever get into a rubber room. and he talks about this himself.
Well, his parents have money, so they'll pay for the mental ward they put him in.
Yeah, but can his parents pay for a $6,200 a month mortgage?
Oh, yeah, that's one of those problems.
I mean, that's a big mortgage, man. And remember, he's paying this mortgage on a house that he doesn't personally have title to.
Oh, this whole thing, from the beginning of tonight's broadcast, John, to right now, it just shows this pattern of super shady financial dealings. And it seems like, and he gets upset that people call Stavati a scam. The investor called them a Ponzi scheme and investment scam in the court documents. They're doing all this shady shit. They're offering to sell people guided missiles without any licensing. And then we've got David Wilcock's charity. It's also shady. It's also shady looking.
So I should mention that, before tonight's live stream, the Hidden and Played Sight podcast had a live stream. And on that live stream, Brandon pretended to be an African warlord and called Stavati at the number on this Black Friday ad and left a voicemail asking if he could buy any munitions.
Didn't you say he said he
wants to invade a country to the south of him, so he inquired about grad rockets or something.
Oh no, you can't do that, right? Oh, man.
I mean, he got voicemail, so who's to say what will happen? Again, in my opinion, they can't make any of that stuff. This is a desperate attempt to get some money because they need money. Because they have the Dimitrov lawsuit.
Stop banging. The audio files will bitch.
They have the Dimitrov lawsuit. They have a judgment hanging over their heads from Ferguson Electric. They have the Davis Ulmer judicial foreclosure. And then they also have the mortgage, and the creditor on that mortgage wants their money too. And remember, the mortgage, the principal is only listed, right, at $650,000. We don't know what the interest or the profit participation of the finance charges are. So, their mortgage with all the liens that existing is a little bit over $1 million. It's like $1,050,000, but it could be way more than that if there is a substantial finance charges or interest rate on that mortgage, and that mortgage hasn't been satisfied. It is still due. So they have all these debts hanging over their head. They've pushed it out as much as they possibly can. Eventually, if you keep kicking the rock down the road, you're gonna find a dead end. The bills are gonna come due.
Well, one of the things that's totally fascinating to me is that every time I think that this whole thing can't get any shadier or weirder, I just dig a little bit deeper and then it does. It's like, it's just, and the fact that he's doing weekly live streams going, well, we're getting financed any day. We can play Macario's clips. There's like 20 minutes of him saying, next week we're
Yeah.
getting financed. Because what company is investing in them with all the shady shit they have going on?
Well,
And they haven't produced a product in 30 years.
remember, they filed a form with the SEC this week that claims that they got 9 investors who have bought $80,000 worth of equity from them.
Wow.
So they have privately placed them. So they have gotten, allegedly, some investors this month.
Well, they claim they have. I still wouldn't believe it until I seen receipts.
Correct. And I'm like you. I keep finding new stuff on Stavati and Wilcock, specifically Stavati, all the time. I haven't come out of this rabbit hole. It's been almost a year and a half. You know that.
I know. Yeah, and for those that are aware, that's how I met John, because he found my show and he started messaging me like, did you know this? Did you know this? And I was looking into some of this, but thanks to John, I gave him Stavati. I'm like, go, dude. You dig it all up. I'll share it on my show. It's so thank you for all your help. Because but David Wilcock says that he's only got one detractor or one critic.
I like how this Al Gore left a comment. What kind of aerospace company runs a Black Friday sale? Actually, what kind of aerospace company runs a Black Friday sale selling munitions that they don't have an FFL license for and telling you to contact them on WhatsApp? That's really what we're looking at here.
Isn't WhatsApp like used by terrorists to buy
exactly drug dealers, terrorists
use
really
that to buy they use that to buy explosives on the black market, don't they? And detonators and shit.
It's not a good look at all. And remember, they put this on their social media. They put this on their X account, their Facebook account, and their public website.
I want to call the ATF and let them know that that's happening. You know, there was a time when I would call up Stavati and say, and I would ask him, like, why are you offering to sell these weapons when you don't have an, FAA license or ATF license? But given the fact that David Wilcock is interpreting a phone call as stalking, harassment, threatening, intimidation, I'm not calling Stavati again.
Well, at this point, I have almost 20 hours of telephone calls with people who are in Stavati, people who used to be in Stavati, and people who do business with the company or who are adjacent to the company. So I've had a lot of success calling people, but that's because, Stephen, I've taken a totally different strategy than you. When you call them, you call their main number and you talk to Beskar. I have never done that. I have never talked to Beskar.
You're calling the other guys, right?
Yeah, I'm calling everyone else or emailing and texting everyone else.
And
I haven't talked to Beskar.
David Wilcock, you dumbass. Even people that are working for that company or directly involved are spilling the beans because I think they know it's like shady. So they're talking to reporters, David Wilcock. What are you going to do when it all comes crashing down? What's your prediction, John? How long until that hangar is foreclosed on completely and they don't own it anymore and the whole charade comes crashing down?
It really depends.
Another year?
I don't. It's hard to say, but I don't know if it can go another year because their creditors are breathing down their neck. I mean, look what they're doing, Stephen. This Black Friday ad is pure desperation. They're selling munitions and bombs and grad rockets, and they don't have a license for any of it. So they're so desperate that this is where we are. If they thought they could go another year, would we see a Black Friday ad like this? I don't
think they're going to make it another year. I think that somebody's getting... But,
I mean,
do you think anybody's going to be criminally prosecuted, or is this just going to end and then nobody gets their money, the investors all get screwed, the creditors all get screwed, the mortgage company gets screwed, everybody gets screwed, and they just skate off like, oh, white-collar crime, we're not going to pursue it, right?
Well, I mean, I don't know if you can call selling munitions legally white-collar crime.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And as far as criminal prosecution, law enforcement would have to be interested in this.
But this just shows you how fake this company is, John, because no reputable company would make such a stupid mistake. It's like they're just trying to pretend. It's like they're playing G.I. Joe when they're 10 years old, you know?
Remember, Stavati is a tale of two Stavatis. before 2019 and Wilcock's money got involved, who knew about Stavati? Nobody. Nobody knew about Stavati. Would you know about Stavati if it wasn't for David Wilcock?
No, probably
I
not.
wouldn't.
No.
I probably wouldn't know about Stavati if it wasn't for David Wilcock. So this company was obscure, and obscure companies can fake it until they make it, or at least some of them think that they can do that. Stavati's problem is that David Wilcock brought a lot of media publicity exposure and a good chunk of money into the company. That money has mostly been exhausted, and at this point, the exposure that David Wilcock has brought to this company is bringing them nothing but nightmares.
I think that you're right. And people are saying that the money is being used to buy cucumbers, John. That's where all the money's going. The cucumber conspiracy. This whole thing is just getting stupider and stupider, but I'm here for it.
I forgot to mention earlier, Beth has those 3 videos, but Stephen, she's written books. I've sent you clips pages from some of the books.
I'm going to share some of that.
Stephen, Are you sure you want to share?
Not tonight. I have to redact some things. I saw
some things. Stephen, you'd have to redact like almost the whole page.
Yeah, and of course you gotta love that. Like, people are speculating that David Wilcock's wife left him for a cucumber because there's various reports that he could never make her come, and he himself said he gets sick when he's trying to get intimate with a woman. So. Kind of makes sense,
He's now said multiple times. He said multiple times he thinks his next girlfriend or partner is going to be an alien girlfriend.
Yeah. But hey, listen, I'm here to tell you, if a woman is a woman, I don't care if she's an alien woman, they like to come. And if you can't make that happen, you're off the list, right?
Well, isn't it? Do you know who Simon Parks is?
Oh yeah.
Simon Parks claims that he
had sex with a cat queen alien.
A cat woman, and they produced a hybrid offspring, and he claims that his wife struggled with it initially, but now she's okay with it.
Oh, don't worry about that. Polyrhythm says, I apologize for not being able to donate to your stream. I'm on disability and truly cannot afford it. I could live off one of David's camera rigs to see me through 1 year. Yeah, no worries. Those who can do and those who can't, that's what the others are providing,
Hey, did you read my my latest Substack article on the Stavati laser rifle?
Why don't you send it to me again and we'll share it.
It's on my Substack. It's on my Substack.
Oh, you did send it to me. 1 second. Yeah, I was going to read that if you weren't here, but considering that you're here, let's go. Let me go and find that. Laser rifle design a hoax.
Well,
that's military.com. I'm trying to find the Substack.
Let me send it to you. I'll just send it to you. Okay, I just sent it to you.
Okay, let me get that, and we'll talk about that. Yeah, because this shows that they have a history. This right here, this work that you did shows that they have a history of just deceptive practices, right? Like, just totally deceptive practices. Stavati Research Crumbs, the Stavati laser rifle.
If you want to share it, you can.
Yeah,
just share it on screen.
I'm going to do that. 1 second. This software is a little slower than our last one here, so we got to do that. And there we go. Yeah, we'll go through this because this is gold as well. In my previous article covering Stavati in the 1990s, I left out a curious topic to be covered in its own article. Towards the end of the 90s, on July 2nd, 1999, Stavati submitted a written proposal pursuant to a set of published U.S. Army objectives. The objectives called LFLAN, Light Fighter Lethality After Next, are related to the Army's close combat armament systems and are typical of the military practice where they publish conceptual goals for changing its weapons and tactics. Many times these goals' objectives are not followed up by more formalized program phases, which lead to requests for information or requests for proposals, as the military attempts to solicit commercial interest from military and industry players. In this instance, the process does not seem to have gone past the phase of mere ideas. But nonetheless, Stavati's proposal pursuant to Elfland is codified in a white paper detailing what has since become better known as an obscure internet hoax, the Stavati laser rifle. The Stavati laser rifle, properly called the Stavati Tactical Infantry System, gas dynamic laser weapon system, is Stavati's proposal for next generation laser weapon pursuant to the objections of Elfland. The rifle design seems to utilize a trimix of several different gases, namely CO2, nitrogen, and a small amount of helium. These gases are stored in a gas reservoir, heated by, this is where it gets stupid, John, heated by polonium 210, a highly radioactive isotope that is toxic to humans. Polonium 210 has a half-life of less than 5 months, meaning that the radioactive material would have to be replaced, recharged on a fairly regular basis. A maintenance task that seems dangerously risky. Regardless of radioactive danger, the design proposes to produce a 10.6 micrometer wavelength laser that can put out almost 2 kilowatts of energy on target. Perhaps the most incredulous metric proposed is that the effective range of the weapon estimated at over 1,500 meters. Difficult to imagine how this weapon could be used at such a distance considering the curvature of the Earth and the fact that the weapon, as listed, is equipped with only iron sights. Modern firearm optics may help out in this regard. Stavati claims that the weapon system is fully compatible with existing training techniques, but this is hardly believable since trained shooters well know that conventional bullet projectiles do not travel in straight lines. Laser light, unless bend it, diffract it, travels in a straight line, a quality enjoyed by conventional applications such as construction and moon measurements. Users of TIS-1 would, in all likelihood, require specialized training. So basically, he's saying that this thing is nuclear powered, right?
Right. It uses an isotope to heat the gas reservoir. Keep reading. It gets better. I go into a little bit more.
Stavati's DS1 white paper goes into detail of the proposal, noting that the weapon system would be heavier than modern conventional rifles like the M4. Stavati claims the TIS1 proposal is compatible with the statement of work listed in the Elfland objectives, including delivered components between the years 2020 and 2025. Oh, that's already passed us by just about. In the current year 2024, nearing the new year 2025, these details seem quaint, if not pure wishful thinking. Stavati suggests the possibility of bending the laser while en route to the designated target, but gives no basis for how this might be done. Yeah, we're just going to bend a 2 kilowatt laser, John. Stavati even suggests that their laser weapon will overcome straight laser limitations against moving targets by engaging them in a near instantaneous time frame. Hardly a convincing argument. The third page of the white paper continues detailing the systems. Stavati describes the use of polonium-210 in the weapon system. They're going to use nuclear fuel, but doesn't go into the details about what might happen if the radioactive isotope is exposed outside of the gas reservoir. An obvious practical consideration. They're just going to kill motherfuckers using this laser rifle. Oh my god! All right, they're going to kill motherfuckers.
It gets better. It gets better.
The gas reservoir is pressurized, and the white paper gives no details regarding the situation involving catastrophic or otherwise pressure failure of the reservoir. Stavati does admit that polonium-210 is a half-life of 138 days and will require replacement after approximately 60 days of use. It is difficult to imagine how this will be workable on a modern battlefield without extensive and well-developed supply lines in the field. So they're just going to have trucks full of radioactive, deadly shit. Oh my God. Stavati highlights how the design as proposed would have a much greater range than a conventional M4, but conveniently omits that statistically most combat firefights happen within 100 meters. Page 4 of the white paper goes into the technical details of the weapon system mechanisms, while page 5, Stavati details challenges and risks of the system. Some of the design hurdles listed include the amount of heat generated by the weapon and the recoil force of approximately 90 pounds, making the weapon seem impractical. A few years after Stavati published this paper, with no indication that the design ever moved past these 5 pages, the idea had become a subject of ridicule. An article in 2003 by the website Defense Review briefly details the idea. An article on military.com published shortly after straight up calls the laser rifle a hoax. noting that Stefani was first interested in producing musical instruments and also mocking Stefani's CEO Chris Pescar's alleged involvement in space fighters.
Space fighters.
Space fighters. Not one, but two internet forums contain threads lambasting the Stefani laser rifle as a hoax. But perhaps
Here's the best part.
But perhaps the most incredible result of the Stefani laser rifle years later is the fact that the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office has issued not one but two patents which explicitly cite the laser rifle.
So these are real patents issued by the patent office that cite this white paper that has never become anything other than 5 pages.
Wow. Without criticizing this patent in detail, it doesn't seem to be a laser rifle, but rather a target marking system using a gas component.
That's the first patent. The second patent is clearly a laser rifle.
The second patent, awarded with one of the inventors from the earlier patent, also cites Stefani's white paper under other publications. Unlike the earlier patent, this one is obviously a laser rifle. Unlike Stefani's proposal utilizing a gas mix reservoir, this design suggests ammunition cartridges containing a mix of gases. In the case of the other patent, it is uncertain why the inventor would think that Stefani's white paper is prior art. While these patents might reveal novel ideas in their own way, it's difficult to imagine how they can improve upon something which has never existed. There is no patent for Stefani's laser rifle, and there is no evidence for even the mere concept outside of the 5-page white paper, much less any evidence for genuine effort by Stefani or anyone else to develop or produce the system, or even prove that it is technically feasible. Perhaps the filer of the patent applications or the patent examiner thoughtfully considered Stefani's white paper and decided that quantity was more important than quality when listing their citations. Without going into dialogue about the problems and questions surrounding the USPTO and the U.S. patent law, it seems like there is a low standard for considerations of new ideas or ideas which improve upon existing ideas. In any case, there is no evidence this laser rifle is anything more than a paper idea. The inventor's wife, Susan Howard Walter, is the CEO and co-founder of a company called LaserMax, which produces laser targeting solutions, but these products seem like conventional laser targeting devices which have existed for modern firearms for decades. There is no laser rifle product there, and in all likelihood, Walter's laser rifle patent and Stefani's laser rifle exist only as ideas that will likely never come to fruition. Hoaxes or creative pipe dreams, these laser rifles have yet to see the light of day. And there we have it. Like, that's another stupid hoax that they've, and isn't David Wilcock talking about, this jet fighter will have these laser weapons, so you won't need bullets?
In his most recent live stream, David Wilcock claims that the SM-39, the monster-looking airplane that he always holds the 3D printed version of in
G.I.
his
Joe
live
toy.
streams.
Yeah, it looks like a G.I. Joe toy. Cobra! It's all black.
He claims that Stefani can equip that with a gas dynamic laser weapon. Just like the one that we just saw, that was nothing more than 5 pages of nothing.
Well, come on. If you're going to pretend that you have space planes, why not pretend that you got laser weapons too, right?
Again, it's just funny because it says the polonium has to be changed out every 60 days. Like that's a major bottleneck.
Anything radioactive is a problem. You can't just hand a bunch. Imagine, and then really, like let's just spitball this out, John. Imagine you have a platoon. I don't know how many's in a platoon. I'm not a military guy, but imagine you have, let's say, 300 18 to 20-year-old kids, right? And you're just going to put them out on the battlefield with this highly radioactive shit, and then they have to change it every 60 days, dude.
And don't forget, the weapon has a recoil of 90 pounds, so it's not really even practical. But, the weapons have some... There are things like tritium. Like, a lot of firearms have tritium iron sights so that you can make a glow in the dark, so you can see in the dark. But they're just the iron sights. They're not required for operation of the weapon. And tritium has a half-life of...
Shut up, John. It can do 1,500 meters. It can shoot beyond the horizon.
Yeah, in a straight line.
A straight line, yeah. Why not?
Straight line.
Why not?
I mean, And they claim that you don't need any. It's compatible with existing training. Like seriously.
We want to thank Double Tap Ranger Outdoors for a kind and generous $27.99 Canadian. Thanks for your work, bro. As a vet, I appreciate your dog on a bone channel. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. Eric Jimenez with a kind and generous $1.99. He's playing too much Warhammer 40K. Yeah, they got laser weapons in that game, right?
Well, they didn't have. This was 1999. I don't think they had Warhammer 40K back then. They had Warcraft too.
Oh God, yeah. But Pathfinder says that laser rifle is baloney empowered. It's baloney empowered, John. Yeah, and I remember this hoax though. So I did hear about Stavati before Wilcock got involved, because I remember people, or maybe I found this situation after Wilcock started talking about them. I think I did, and that was in one of my first reports about them, is that they have a history of just making shit up, because on their website, they claimed that they were developing laser weapons for the United States Army. But then after they started getting lambasted, they took that off their website. So what does that tell you? They know it's fake, I think.
I mean, they admit themselves that the weapon is. They have logistical issues with the design. Like they even say in the white paper, I didn't mention this in my article, but it says in the white paper that they wouldn't even know where to get enough polonium-210 to make a substantial amount of these laser rifles. So if you can't even get polonium-210, then the idea is dead in the water. It's dead on arrival.
And short fitted sheet, you can send me that on Twitter. That'd be fine. A lot of new UFO videos lately, but most of them are garbage. The latest big thing everybody got excited about turned out to be just reflections, basically Christmas lights reflecting in the clouds. Very high power
lens flare.
Lens flare, whatever. Yeah. Well, I don't know where this is going, John. I just it's like a bad soap opera. Like you can't not see the next episode, right?
Yeah, and
there's
it's only
so much shady shit. It's like what are these idiots going to do next? Pushing their fake shit.
It's only going to get more dramatic as time goes on because, as you're well aware of, Stephen, like I've basically just dropping crumbs. I haven't even given people the steak yet. We haven't really even dived into Stavati's corporate structure, what they're tied to, and some of the more controversial things that I've uncovered in my research. You've seen a small portion of it.
And I got to tell you, I can't wait for that book. Yeah, friends, if you think the stuff that John has shown so far is shady, wait till you see this other stuff that he doesn't want to... You kind of want to get to an outcome, though, like the company coming crashing down before the book, right?
I mean, what I want and what happens might be two different things, but I am waiting for their issues with their creditors to get sussed out. And how that affects their only real property, and in light of these two things, whether they'll declare bankruptcy. That's kind of what I'm wearing.
Yeah, and one thing I left out, I was going to play it in the beginning, but I don't want to make you wait too long. Is besides Stavati having a history of hoaxes and fake shit, of course David Wilcock does. Do you remember the one time when he was showing these coins on his stream and he was claiming that he got them in secret briefings?
You mean the challenge coins that
anybody can buy on eBay? Yes, the challenge coins, yes. And then what I found out is anybody could buy them on Amazon or eBay. But let's share with our audience just so that they know, both Stavati and David Wilcock have a history of just bragging, over sensationalized evidence-free claims, and I think just making up fake shit. Here's David Wilcock claiming that he got these coins in top secret classified briefings. And then I want to talk about the claims he's made about Stavati dropping classified information in his $333 courses, which would be highly illegal. But let's just take a dunk on him because this is another gotcha bitch. He's claiming that these coins, you can only get them from, top secret. And then I found them on Amazon. Let's take a look, friends.
So this is also why, please, nobody should ever come to my house. And it just happened again this past week. And I typically call it a stalker incident when it does. I have no trespassing signs up. It is illegal when you post no trespassing signs on private property, it is illegal to cross them, regardless of whether you think you found something and you think it's the right address.
Like a box of dildos
So
buried.
I have been told to expect that somebody would come and that it would be an operation and that it would not be what it looks like. So I have to assume if anybody shows up at my house that it's highly threatening. I've had multiple briefings about this. I am not allowed to ignore it. Okay? And if you don't believe that I've had multiple briefings as if I need to do this, but okay, look, what do we got right here? We got two challenge coins. One of these is from an army general. Let's see if I can get that in focus. Yeah, there it is.
One of them's from eBay, one of them's from Amazon. This is
an Iron Eagle. Okay, so you can't get coins like these from people unless this guy's a general and this guy's a colonel in the Navy.
100% false.
Okay? Or Air Force, rather. Wait a minute, this is Navy. I got to get this right. Air Force colonel. I'm so sorry.
He don't know who gave him the briefings.
Anyway.
Or the coins.
That's the kind of stuff that happens when you talk to real insiders. They give you challenge coins. We're going to start making our own here pretty quick. Stavati challenge coins. But this is not fake. And so, again, the insiders have told me that I have to suspect that if anybody comes here, that it's a murder, actually. And so, please do not come to my house. You will be considered a security threat, and I have to deal with it as such. So I'm not going to be happy. I'm not going to be excited. I'm not going to be thrilled about it. I have to assume that this is a subterfuge of some kind. So I'm going to try to do more events, and I want to speak to you one-on-one like this, but please don't try to have in-person contact. I haven't had anybody here, not my family, not friends, no romance. Okay, so I'm not looking for anybody to come and move in or hang out or show up. This is what you get right now, and I'm sorry if you want more, but that's what we got. If you want to do more with me, you can apply for a job with the company because we're going to be hiring a lot of people.
Oh, sure they are. So I love how he has to say that these are not fake. And then, and listen, as soon as I saw them, I immediately, John, my father was a military kind of historian, kind of a guy. Like, he made us go to Gettysburg every year. And, you know, I've been to a lot of military bases that have gift shops for air shows. And I immediately looked at those coins and I said, you can get them in like gift shops and shit. So I looked on Amazon and then we bought them. Before broadcast, I was able to buy one and one got delivered, but we found them both. And for him to claim that these are military, you only get these when you're getting top secret briefings, it's just so stupid, right?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even sound sure himself.
He didn't know who get what. This one came from a general. Oh, wait, this is a Navy one. Like, he doesn't even know who gave him the top secret briefings. And then the final point I wanted to make is that Macario, I think, is on the case getting the clips, but like David Wilcock has basically said on a public live stream that Christopher Beskar has dropped classified information in one of his behind the paywall courses. That's a problem, David Wilcock, because if he did drop classified information, somebody's getting arrested for the Espionage Act.
We showed that clip the last time I was on.
Yeah. And
where David Wilcock basically says where he'll be dropping all of this classified stuff. Really?
Yeah.
So either he's bull and he's not in a classified program, in which case it's a deception, or if he is in a classified program dropping classified stuff, he's violating the Espionage Act.
Either way, somebody should go to prison. Because if he's lying about that in order to make people pay $333 for a course because they're hoping they're getting classified intel, and then there is no classified intel, then that's a form of consumer fraud, in my opinion.
Stephen, have you gone to his website, thedisclosure.com, and actually looked at what he's selling and what he says is included there?
Oh,
He claims they're selling Salvatore Pais's secrets, finding Sasquatch, the secrets of anti-gravity. As we've already proven, that stuff appears to be bogus. People who took his previous anti-gravity course in 2020.
They said it was bullshit.
They said it was BS. So
yeah, and by the way, that guy from Falcon. He and I got off to a rocky start, but I think we're okay now. He's very talented very talented scientists. I'll just leave it at that. And we'll check out David Wilcock's The Disclosure. Look at this. What great marketing. The Disclosure 21 course, 25 hours of video, plus revealing anti-gravity, free energy, and esoteric technology and advanced science. So real scientists, including alien scientist Jeremy Rise and Mark, I think it's Mark from Falcon Space, said that the course was a cobbled together bunch of bullshit from the internet that anybody could find on the internet. There was no anything, you know. And also, David Wilcock says, in the lead up to this course, I remember specifically, he says, if you take my course, I'm going to share all the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy, and then you'll be able to do it too. So that's a problem because nobody's been able to do it, John. And then the Michael prophecies, bullshit. Sacred science of the Michael prophecies.
Yeah, but scroll down. They actually give you like a syllabus and what's included here.
History of Beskar, the new insider, and his
So
private
this is from his 2021 course, right?
Yes.
So he's telling you back when Beskar was called Ben, and actually on David Wilcock's Divine Cosmos website, before he was called Ben, he referred to Beskar as Mark.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Beskar's had several code names.
And then we have anti-gravity, free energy, and other tech secrets. But we know from real scientists that looked at that course that there was no real tech secrets. It was just shit from the internet that anybody can find on the internet. Week
and
3, working anti-gravity systems.
Yeah, working. Now, I write about this in my book. If you actually look at what David Wilcock says about anti-gravity and Stavati, he's actually wishy-washy. He gives mixed messaging. He actually says, like, he's not even sure if it works. But yet here he's saying that it's working. So there's mixed messaging here. It's really deceptive.
In writing, in the marketing materials, that he's going to show you working anti-gravity systems. Wow. And then the Michael garbage.
Yeah, the Michael prophecies.
The Michael garbage.
Now here's his new course. This is the Sacred Science of the Michael prophecies. I haven't seen any of the stuff yet. But, you know, part 1 is he talks about the law of one in the living cosmos. So the law of one has to do with the, okay. Then he talks about NASA and solar flashes. Yeah, I don't think that David Wilcock is an authority there. He talks about human ET visitations and the Edgar Casey prophecies. He talks about sacred geometry. You know, the Mayan calendar. Didn't he already swing and miss on the Mayan calendar?
Yeah, he said we'd all get rainbow light bodies. Yeah, he said we'd get rainbow light bodies.
But here, look. Part 8, he talks about time traveling dinosaurs. I have to say, I'm slightly interested and curious.
I want to see the time traveling dinosaurs in part 8.
And then, bonus: desperately seeking Sasquatch.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's just terrible. Meet David Wilcock. And I love
So this section with Beskar has provable falsehoods in it. It says there, where it says the company has now acquired a prototyping facility and a separate manufacturing facility for mass production. Whoa. That is a falsehood. They're talking about Wheatfield Business Park again. They lie about this property over and over and over again. David Wilcock has said it's their second facility for years now. Stephen, they don't own it. They don't rent it. They have no legal interest in that property.
Well,
Stavati only has legal interest in one property, and that's the property they own at 9400 Niagara Falls.
Well, you know what that means, though. Wait a minute. He said that he showed working anti-gravity in this course. That one course. So that's a gotcha, bitch. And now they're lying in the goddamn marketing materials about this guy, Chris Beskar.
That's not the only lie. After the falsehood about their second facility, it says contracts have already been lined up. That's a falsehood. Anybody can go to the Federal Procurement Data System and look up government contracts and search for Stavati, and it's zero. It's freaking zero.
Yeah, here it is. The company has now acquired a prototyping facility and a separate manufacturing facility for mass production. Contracts have already been lined up.
No, they haven't. He says this is not hypothetical. This is not
hypothetical.
No,
we are doing
it's a deception.
It
He's right. It's not hypothetical. It's a deception.
Oh, no. Suffer, David Wilcock. Gotcha, bitch. How many gotcha bitches can we have in one show?
He says
Jesus.
he says we are doing it now. No, they're not doing any of those things now.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Just and somebody sent me when he had the first Michael book done. And did you know, John, in the first Michael book, he released the first book like a preview book. It was like it wasn't $333. I think it was
the first two Michael books are available for free online. If you search on Yahoo web crawled, I believe, Wilcock's web server, and they have the URLs. So
he must have released them for free. But in the first one, it was right before I dropped those Corey Good depositions and published them. It was like days before he dropped the first book. And in the first book, it says that the Archangel Michael told him that all of Corey Good's information was completely and totally true and accurate. And then a couple days later, we get the depositions where he said, I made up all that shit. Terrible timing to be David Wilcock. Suffer, bitch. Suffer, David Wilcock. Suffer. Suffer, bitch.
Yeah, suffer big time. Wilcock is complaining lately that people are still tying him to Corey Good. Does David forget that he was at Corey Good's UFO conference earlier this year?
Yeah. He said, oh, that was 2018. Leave it alone, guys. It was so long ago, this Corey Good stuff. A couple of months ago, you were at a UFO convention with him, which means you're co-signing. That's what I said on a previous show. If you want to get the stink of Corey Good off of you, you can't be at a UFO conference co-signing his bullshit. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, people are constantly asking about Corey Good in Wilcock's live chat, and I think it is starting to get to him.
Yeah, and remember when he said, I loved it, in those telephone calls, he couldn't even get it straight. He's like, oh, I had to hire 3 people, 5 people, 8 people, 10 people, I don't know. I have a whole team of people. And he's hired all these people, at least he did for a certain amount of time, to give him an echo chamber to delete all of the negative comments in his live chat, but I guess he couldn't afford to keep paying those people because now people are just lambasting him in that live chat, just ripping him to shreds. Suffer, David Wilcock, you bitch! Suffer! Suffer, bitch!
It's extra embarrassing because, Wilcock has gotten into the habit of posting his YouTube live streams, the day before. And so the live stream is on YouTube. And
nobody's watching it. Yeah.
And people can go into the live chat and talk in the live chat before it starts airing. And like a day before the stream actually still goes live,
I haven't
you can
paid
see
attention.
people. You can see people in the live chat like saying terrible, very critical stuff about David.
I'm sure that involves some cucumber jokes. I'm sure
there's cucumbers.
David Wilcock.
There's cucumbers. There's people that go in there and say that, he's a con artist and a fraud. There's all kinds of people complaining about the ads.
John, he only has one critic though. He only has one critic that doesn't like him.
Well, he can't really say that anymore because like you and I are both human beings on this live stream right now. So clearly we're two different people. Like I'm not you and you're not me.
We're both Stephen from Canada, John.
Yeah.
And so is Macario, and so is Osiris Christensen. Is it
David Wilcock and Stavati, listen to me. I'm not from Canada. I've never been to Canada. I've never even flown over Canada.
Same here.
So you're just going to have to deal with the fact that there are many critics that are critical of Wilcock and Stavati. You're going to have to deal with it.
I think that we have had more gotcha moments in tonight's live stream than any previous stream. There's just so many of them. Like, gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. There's another one. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. And I don't believe for a minute that he hurt his widow ankle. I think he's desperately looking through his bank statements, trying to figure out how he's going to explain this problem he has with the charity money.
Well, there's also the question of this alleged lawsuit that he just got.
Could be something completely unrelated. Yeah, could be a totally
it could be something, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. And then there's also, wasn't he in some movie that never came out too?
Levitation.
Levitation, yeah.
Remember that whole incident where he like flew out and he paid thousands of dollars for an Airbnb that smelled like cat piss and then he had to go to
clip. I have the clip of that.
And then he bailed on that. Then he went to like a motel, but he didn't feel comfortable because he's like a public figure, and people in the hotel lobby would know who he
Yeah,
is.
and friends, that's I just checked. It's like an 11-minute video, so I don't want to bore John and make him sit through 11 minutes, but we'll play it on the outro.
Yeah.
It's just so ridiculous. And then he goes, cat piss, cat piss. He couldn't sleep there. It's cat piss. It just shows you, like, he really is an out of touch rich boy.
But do you know
who spends $4,000 on an Airbnb for a week? You know?
Do you know what the most questionable whole thing about that story that he told is? He said that for filming he had to go to like a school of theosophy or like a theosophical location. That's very, very questionable why he had to go to that location to film. David Wilcock is the kind of person that like constantly speaks out about theosophy, because theosophy is connected to people like Alice Bailey and, you know, even in some respects to like Helena Blavatsky. Those are the type of people that David Wilcock constantly criticizes as, like, you know, dark spiritual people.
Oh,
and
yeah.
yet he's going to one of their locations to film his movie.
Well, he was getting a check, John, so you got to let it go.
But that's the thing. I don't think he ever got a check. I think he went and filmed thinking that he would get like back end profits, and they just haven't made the movie. We have to, Stephen, understand that that whole movie might have been a scam and a deception on David Wilcock if it never gets made.
Yeah. Yeah, could have been. I mean, but his karma's so bad right now for a guy who's a spiritual guru. Like, this is what amazes me. Like, he thinks he could just keep selling people fake shit over and over and over again and keep rolling on with this and suffer no consequences. And the fact that, dude, they're taking pre-orders for hover cars when they can't show us, even on the bench. You know, there's something called a bench prototype. I don't know. I worked at Drexel Robotics Lab, and like they were doing these articulated joints, and they had bench prototypes first that you could show other people. Like, okay, here's the bench prototype, and you could show them that the design worked. They don't even have a bench prototype of either the free energy engine or the anti-gravity propulsion system, and they're taking money for pre-orders? This is not going to end well for them.
Yeah, Stavati's Viren Kuhn wrote on LinkedIn that Stavati has gotten 2 depositors for hover cars.
Oh, you got to send me.
And that was years ago.
You got to send me.
I think I have. I've put it on X.
I'm terrible. I make you poor. All these poor guys that do great research, I bust their balls. Like, could you send me that again? Could you send me that again? I'm so disorganized, right? My reference is the show. Like, sometimes I have to grab a screenshot from a 2-year-old show, and then it's crappy, like, because I can't find it again, you know? But it's interesting, yeah. And Sandra McDonald is everybody's talking about cucumbers in the live chat. I got to tell you, it's just terrible.
Yeah, and when you go into like Wilcock's live streams, there's cucumbers all over the place. Yo, on David Nino when Wilcock had this David Nino Rodriguez stream where Wilcock was a guest for David Nino, there was cucumbers through the whole thing. Before it ever even premiered on YouTube. There were cucumbers in the live chat.
Suffer, bitch! Suffer, David Wilcock! Suffer! Suffer! You will live to regret calling me a Satan-worshipping child predator and a bad reporter, right? You know what I was thinking? For Christmas, I think I'm going to buy like a refrigerator box full of cucumbers and ship it to him. I think he deserves it. I think he would enjoy those, John.
I mean, I don't know if he would enjoy them.
I think he would.
Beth might enjoy them.
Just as much as he would enjoy a big box of dildos, right?
Yeah, I can't wait till this dildo reveal. I mean, that's been teased for like a year now.
Yeah, I got a problem with it because I have a recorded phone call with the girl who helped me, and she talks over me, and she wants me to disguise her voice, but it's like mission impossible to disguise just her voice. I'm going to see if I could use an AI track separator so that I can do it. I don't know. That's what the holdup is. Otherwise, I got to call this. We have to have another phone call, and I have to say, like, I'm going to ask you a question, and then wait a second, and then give me the answer or whatever. Because
why does she want her voice disguised.
I'm going to talk to her. I think she might. Everybody's going to know who it is.
I mean, nothing illegal has happened, right?
No,
Like, it's on,
no. I
yeah.
mean, unless I don't know if burying a box of dildos in a public park could get you in any trouble, but I would think that would be like a prank, and I don't know.
Is there a law against burying dildos in public land?
I don't know. I haven't been able to find any. It's kind of a gray area, John, but we don't want anybody getting any legal issues, so we have to be careful.
The dildos, they're no longer there, right? Like, they've been exhumed from the earth, correct?
At this point, they have been exhumed, yes, recently. Then there's
I don't
no
see
harm
any
done.
issue.
We buried a box, we just left it there for a little while, and then we dug it back up, yes. Well, I think we're going to wrap things up here, John. I appreciate you doing this tonight. We got a whole lot of gotcha moments, whole lot of stuff with David Wilcock Bish. It'll be interesting to see. He's going to need this full-on week to figure out how he's going to explain all this shit to his Dumb as Rocks followers. Because I got to tell you, John, more and more of them are coming over here. And that's not something I ever thought would happen. Like David Wilcock followers in my inbox going, you know what? You're right. He is full of shit. And I remember he said this and that never happened. And then I remember he said this and that never happened. And then, John, to end though, in 2025, we're supposed to have a full-on alien contact event and Ascension happen. What's he going to do?
I don't know if it's in that order.
Well, he said both are going to happen in 2025. What's he going to do
Steven,
when none of that shit happens?
He claims we're going to get Ascension and superpowers in May of 2025.
That's true.
It would be nice to get some superpowers before we meet the aliens. I'm just saying.
Yeah. This way we're on more level playing field with super advanced technological.
Because if they've got like giant spaceships and laser beams and stuff, it would be nice to be able to
deal with them. Yes.
If the aliens come before the superpowers, who's to say they won't just wipe us out?
There'll be a mass contact event in 2025, and he also said that we'll get the first wave of Ascension and superpowers by May 2025. So my question is dude, what's he going to do when none of that shit happens? He's just going to go away for 6 months, I guess. He better save up some money because he can't do the streams.
Remember, he's busting his, and at least in his mind, he's busting his ass to make these presentations and live streams every week. He's on record saying he spends every Saturday making slides. He basically wastes every Saturday just so he can spend the next day doing the 5-hour live stream and exhausting himself and basically burning that day too.
But I mean, if you think about it, he's only working 2 days a week and he's making $120,000 to $240,000 a year. So that's pretty good money for 2 days a week.
That's true, and the whole fact that he has to burn a Saturday, that's really on him. But he desperately needs the money. He needs the money.
Well, he's taking the rest of the week to get
admitted that.
Get massages and eat grass-fed.
Right. He claims one day a week. He claims one day a week is burned with Stavati board meetings. I find that very hard to believe because
what do you need meetings every week for a company that's not making anything?
I mean, what are they doing at these meetings? Lamenting how much debt they have? That's really all I can really imagine that they're doing.
Yes. In the end, more eyes from the law will be pointed towards Wilcock eventually. I would not push boundaries, definitely not break laws. But from what I hear, his weird financial coincidences on its own. 1 second here. Seems like the snowball about to start running. I got a problem here with the live chat. All right. Well, sorry about that. About to start rolling. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, that commenter is more or less correct. And Steven just went offline.
I'm sorry, I threw myself out of my own stream.
Yeah.
Hey, on its own, not stack up, just my opinion, but hey, seems like the snowball is about to start rolling down the hill rather soon. Yeah, I mean, how much longer can you keep up the bullshit parade before the bullshit parade buries you? You know? It's just
I mean, we know Wilcock's got the IRS debt. He's got the Arizona state tax debt. He's now has on the record Colorado tax judgment against him. I mean, the walls are closing in.
Yeah, and then the failed predictions are coming by May of 2025. And what are you going to do, David? Who are you going to blame when that none of that shit happens, right? And I loved somebody in his live chat asked him, why would we need hover cars if we're going to have superpowers and be able to levitate soon? And he like,
Yeah.
he like had a schism. He couldn't figure out how to answer. He was like,
He never considered that angle.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, Polyrhythm, but no worries. Like there's a bubble that pops up when I look at a thing and it was covering the I couldn't read it. I don't know what happened, so I apologize. Yeah, Algaray says I can't wait for May 2025. It'll be my birthday. For my birthday is the last day in May. So for my birthday, we're going to do a Spanksgiving stream about David Wilcock's failed predictions, and we'll play all the clips of him saying that that's going to happen by May 2025. And we'll try to time it. Like we'll start at 11:30, and then at midnight, if I don't get superpowers, David Wilcock is full of shit, and we get another gotcha bitch.
Well,
right?
if I had my way about it, I think my book would be coming out around that time too.
Oh, that'd be something to look forward to. Well, yeah. John, I think we've done our due diligence. I didn't realize we've gone this far. I kept you here for 3 hours. I apologize, but a lot to go over. There's just so much shady shit. You can't fit it in a 2-hour show.
And who's to say in December there might be some Stavati updates, and maybe we'll do another show. Who knows?
Well, we'll probably do one before that. I think there's going to be more shit happening. But
very possibly. But I've heard that Colorado Parks and Wildlife is investigating the whole video of the moose feeding. So.
Oh, that's another thing. Another gotcha, bitch. David Wilcock, for those unaware, or if you missed it, he's so dumb that he's posting videos of himself feeding wildlife that is illegal to feed in Colorado. So somebody, not me, reported
Not me either. Not me either, David Wilcock.
Yeah, I didn't do it, but somebody on Twitter has said that he was reported to the Fish and Wildlife Commission or something.
Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Colorado Parks and Wildlife. So he may have some fines or something in his future. You can't feed those animals, David Wilcock. And he's feeding the turkeys and shit trying to get money. Like, look what a great person I am. I'm buying all this turkey feed. They're wild turkeys. They don't need feed. I don't know. I got wild turkeys at my cabin. I never feed them because they run around and they eat the worms and the grubs and shit. They don't need feed.
I occasionally have a wild turkey in my backyard, and I have foxes, and I have deer in my backyard almost every day.
At the cabin, I do too.
Yeah. Wildlife finds its own sources of food. And, the whole feeding turkeys thing, the turkeys are not going to gang up on David Wilcock and attack him, although that probably would be hilarious. But a moose can kill a person. And if that
They're very
moose
dangerous. I've only been near one moose. I was in Wisconsin near one of the Great Lakes camping. This is ages ago. And we were walking down this trail, and all of a sudden we see this huge moose bull with a huge rack. And I didn't know what to do. I'd never seen a moose. The girl I was with said, start walking backwards real slow. And that's what we did. And he was coming down the trail real slow, and we got faster and faster to get away because it was huge. I couldn't believe how big it was. I'm 6'3", 6'4". It towered over me.
And a female moose with a calf, she'll kill to defend her.
Oh yeah, they're very dangerous. Like somebody said to me, like, would it be? And I don't wish him any ill will. But somebody said, would it be great if that moose just started back kicking him right on the live stream, like right live on air? Oh God, you gotta respect those things. You can't.
He feeds moose in 2 separate instances. In between those instances,
and he's like chucking apples at it. Like, what an asshole.
In between those instances, David Wilcock addresses the audience and he says, you should never do this at home. It's dangerous. But then he says, well, this moose has developed a relationship with me. That's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
We want to thank Dylan, who's a Praise the Cash member himself, who gifted 1 Truth Seekers membership, and Forsyth was gifted the membership by Dylan, which is why you should subscribe, because if people gift a membership, you may get one. They get randomly distributed. Well, John, I'm going to throw you out of here and do a wrap up. I appreciate you taking the time to give us an update on all things Stavati Aerospace and keep us informed about your book and, when you're going to have it done. And I want to make sure that people can follow you on Twitter.
So yeah, you can follow me on Twitter, and the last time I was on, I think it was Amy Collins or someone else. They complained that since they don't have a Twitter account, they can't see my posts on Twitter because X
All right.
removed that
Well,
ability years ago. I now have a Substack. The Substack does not require an account. Anyone can go in there and look at my Substack posts, and it's no charge. And if you want, you can subscribe via email and get my Stavati Research Crumbs delivered to your inbox.
and you know what I will do, John, is I will go over to the live chat and I will put your Substack link to John's Substack. You have a free Substack? I've never
It's
heard
all
of
free.
that.
It's all
Every
free.
Substack I see is you got to pay.
Yeah, because I'm just dropping Stavati Research Crumbs, so like I'm not going to charge for that. It's free.
Okay, well, I've pinned in the live chat, and it's at JCSPAD on Twitter X. I'll say Twitter for the rest of my life. And John's Substack, where you can read more about the shady Stavati Aerospace, is pinned in the live chat. Thank you, John, for being here. I'm going to throw you out of here now. You have a good evening and stay in touch.
It's been a privilege.
All right, thank you very much. So there we have it, friends. John is a great researcher, and I'm very happy that he is doing all of this excellent research into Stavati because I don't have time to do all of this stuff. Oh, we want to thank Mix Coyote, who's a Praise the Cash member themselves, who gifted one True Seekers membership, and that membership went to Manifest Our Destiny. Again, make sure that you smash that subscribe button, because if you do, you may get a free membership when somebody gifts the memberships. I guess we didn't hit our membership goal today. We only got 22, I believe, out of 50, but, it is what it is. We pretty much gave you overtime anyway. Usually, we try to keep the shows to 2 hours, but they tend to get long sometimes. John had mentioned this David Wilcock and the cat piss conspiracy. I have that video, so we're going to play that video, but the show is not over. I will answer questions and comments, read any remaining super chats. I'll check in with the PayPal pledgers and the Buy Me a Coffee folks. For those unaware, we thank every single person who sends any support our way. We love and appreciate all of you. Oh, God. I'll be seeing cucumbers in my live chat for the rest of my life over this cucumber conspiracy. So we are gonna take a look into the wacky world of Wilcock. This is the cat piss conspiracy, his Airbnb, and the cat piss conspiracy. And when we return, I will be taking comments or questions from the live chat. Occasionally, people complain and say, oh, it's pay to play. He only shares the super chats. That is not true. I try at the end of every broadcast to take comments and questions from all of the live chatters, but I am visually impaired. So please put them in all capital letters. It really, really does help. Now, let's take a look at David Wilcock's terrible Airbnb stay and the cat piss conspiracy, friends.
If you are overweight, and I used to be 225 pounds at 5'9", I had man boobs. I had the big spare tire roll of fat on the bottom, 3 rolls, each one bigger than the one above it. That was me. I was the fat kid. I had man boobs. That's pretty awesome. I am going to lose my voice pretty soon. I can feel it coming. So we're just going to keep going until something goes wrong. But I wanted to get through this content. So here I was at the Marriott Hotel on the first night when I got to LA, after I went to my Airbnb, and I open up the door. Cat! Ah! Cat! Cat, cat! Ah! Ah! Cat smell! Ah! Cat! Ah! cat, cat, ah, ah, cat smell, ah. That's what it was like when I got in there. Oh my God, did it smell bad. Oh my God, did it smell bad. Ah, it's just amazingly intense cat box odor. I open up the house, I'm like, oh my God, how am I even going to sleep in this place? And then I find out that the Glendale Freeway, the Highway 2, is right next to it, like 100 feet away. The noise was so loud, the cars were so loud, because I'm up on a hill, and here's this highway right down here, so there's a direct, unencumbered line of just air between all these cars on this, I think it was a 6-lane highway. Might even been 8, but it was at least 6. And they're running all day and all night. And every single time that one goes by, you hear it in the house. I also go in there, and the house is sweltering hot. So it's like, wait a minute, I rented this for the week. I gave you guys $4,000, what it was. I paid up front. And I walk into the house, and they didn't even turn the air conditioning on, but they had one of those Leaf thermostats where they could have totally done it online. So I get in there, and it's this overpoweringly bad cat smell. And I'm already hearing the traffic. And then it's like, well, it's so freaking hot in here. The only way I might be able to sleep in this stench is if I can air out the house and get the temperature down. So then when you open up the windows, of course, now the cars are like just really, really incredibly loud. And I realized, like, you know what? Even when the windows are closed and even when my earplugs are in, this place is just very noisy and incredibly, incredibly bad smelling. And I cannot do this. I mean, as you guys heard in some of my previous shows, I am hopelessly in debt. The only way I can ever get out of debt, which is entirely taxes, okay? There's nothing else going on but taxes. And I'm already seeing people create these conspiracy theories. There was some of the trolls online were trying to say that people had given me money for hover cars and I didn't deliver on the hover car. That is absolutely not true. Yeah, I found out that I could do these online conferences, and you can only really do this if you're a big public figure. I've got Ancient Aliens. I've been over 100 episodes. If there's a television on, and it's on History Channel, you're going to see me sooner or later. So when you have that level of exposure, this is actually something that works. And again, if you want to get mad at me, oh my God, David's making money. People just get mad that I'm making money. Well, how did I pay for this? How did I pay for these cameras? How did I have the ability to go from one to the other like this, or maybe even another one? Well, I bought these, right? And so some of the trolls online basically don't feel that you should ever be able to be paid for making art. But I would say to you trolls, well, wouldn't it be cool if you could get paid for making art? Are you out of your freaking mind? Like, I'm lying there and I'm just hearing it's crazy, crazy rushing air noise. And again, it's cutting right through my earplugs. I can't get rid of it. I had asked for a quiet room. Ouch. I can't, like, stay at this hotel if all I'm going to do is work on the internet in a lounge, because people recognize me. I'm naked in public. I can't just hang out in a lounge because everybody's going to go, "Are you David?" and then they want to talk. Not that that's bad, but you can't get work done in a lounge. You know, not me. Are you out of your freaking mind? So again, remember, I don't have a phone. I don't have a phone. The only thing I have is GPS on the car that I'm using. And now I've got to be there at 12:30. I've got to be at the venue at 12:30. I was very, very aware of not stuttering, not saying any crutch words at all. And I was just very, very meditative and very dialed in and focused. We got the thing done, and everybody was speechless. They were so amazed. Nobody even really knew what to say. This would also happen when I did Ancient Aliens. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying that when people see somebody sit down for 4.5 hours and just disgorge this incredible information without ever making a mistake, without ever needing to stop and retape at all, they're just dazzled. Whoa, this has got to be something crazy. Whoa, this has got to be something crazy. People are freaking crazy. And then it was after that, when I was driving back, that I got out on the road and this guy behind me and I flipped him off. And then the next thing you know, it's like he wants to kill me. This is all in the same drive on the way home. Okay, that's when that happened, on the way home. So I still can't get the phone to work. This is like the second or third night, the phone still isn't working. Finally, by the following morning, I was like, okay, the only way I'm going to get this phone to work is I got to start deleting all the videos off of it. Because I got to create enough space, because it won't even let me do dictation. You try to hit something, it just goes black. The phone is all screwed up. It's not working properly. I mean, thank God Google Maps works. But now it's like, okay, well, I got to go through and I got to delete a bunch of videos. So I start deleting videos, and of course, they're all videos with my ex-wife when we were very in love, and everything was great. So that creates all this sadness, and I'm getting all this kind of, trauma from looking at old videos when I was happier. And then the next thing you know, the guy calls me, my producer got first. The minute that my phone was like clear enough, he starts calling me, because now it could finally work when I got the storage below 128 gigabytes. And I just lost it. I just started crying. I said, look, man, I'm just so cold. I haven't been eating, and I've got this massive sore throat, and I can't stop coughing. And I'm just so exhausted, and I'm so tired, and everybody here is crazy, and they're all evil, and they're all wanting to like scream in your face and steal your money and rip you off and get aggressive and cut you off on the road or kill you on the road. There's a lot of really interesting stuff coming out from the Alliance. If you look at Shadow of Ezra Cohen, where they're talking about a November to remember. That was one of the posts they just came up with. So I think we are going to see some really big stuff happening. So I still don't know if I want to stay here the whole winter, because like today is 11 degrees outside. I have to wear ski pants to go outside and a base layer. So I don't really want to do this all winter, but I also don't really know where we're going next. Stavati, our aerospace company, it looks like we're getting some deals coming in. There's actually about 4 or 5 that are really amazing. But until they happen, we're still just on life support, and it's very stressful, and it's very intense, it's very dramatic. So my goal is not to keep repeating pain and difficult experience. My goal is to have fun and enjoy my life. And even though I got snow when I look out the window right now, I mean, it's just 5 inches of snow on my railings, I would much rather be here than in the summery weather of Los Angeles. I have been so constipated. I have been so constipated. I have been so constipated. So constipated. I have been so constipated. I mean, just before, I probably spent 45 minutes trying to get this latest one that's on deck out of me. And I just can't do it. I'm just sitting there just freaking going crazy. I'm very happy about what we've achieved here. So I want to thank you for watching, and we will see you next Sunday. I don't anticipate I'm going anywhere, and I want to start doing more shows. So thank you for your support. And I really do need your help. So there's 7 books of Michael Prophecies now available. And those books are all at https://thedisclosure.com. We also have a 10.5-hour course available right now. It's already deliverable. All 11 episodes are done. It's called Sacred Science of Michael Prophecies. That's part of this course offering. And I'm going to have an upcoming new video course, which I'm going to start doing the slides for this week, called The Spirit of Michael Prophecies, which is also included in this. And I'm going to have at least 7 videos where I go through the 7 books and hit all the highlights So if you don't have time to read all this, you can watch video. I got to get the hell out of here. I can't do this. Galaxy, the alchemy of Jesus Christ is that you will become like him. John 14:12. As I do these things.
Welcome back, friends. So just a few comments on this video. I love how he's upset that people don't want him to make money for his art. Is bullshit art? Did I miss the memo that like lying to people is an art form? And no offense, but if lying to people is an art form, he's terrible at it because he gets caught lying to people constantly. Whoa, let's go. Very generous. P18, who's appraised the cash member already, just gifted 20 Truth Seekers memberships. Praise the cash, bitches. Thank you, P18. Very, very generous of you. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Thank God Almighty. That brings our total for our goal. Our original goal was 50. That might have been a little too ambitious. Our goal tonight was 50 gifted memberships. We're at 32, meaning we need 18 more of you kind and generous people to buy one membership, or maybe one very generous person buys 18 so we hit our goal for this evening. But we're into overtime already, so I understand maybe people are not very motivated. But I want to take a moment to remind you to be sure to smash that subscribe button. Because if you're in the live chat and some kind and generous person like P18 gives 20 memberships, you too can win a free membership to our YouTube channel here. Opie Cultist got a free membership from P18. Hermit got a free membership. Winter Waifu got a free membership from P18. Anon, Crazy Corn Snake, and the Wild Bill 247 got a free membership from P18. Dollar Cost Backpacker got a free membership. Charlie got a free membership. Deutsch Chad got a free membership. Jack Johnson got a free membership. Dynamo Hum, Detective Bong Hits. What a great Detective Bong Hits. What a user ID. Got a free membership. Doink got a free membership. Ed Monster. Braun Dope got a free membership. Fat Goof, Jim, Mark Baraniuk, Daisy B, and Brutux all got free memberships, right? Mix Coyote says, can't find the Beth Wilcock cucumber video. Looking for a friend. If you PM me or DM me or email me at truthseekershow.com, I will send you the link. But listen, you're never going to be the same. Once you see a woman pleasuring herself with a cucumber for like a half hour straight, at least 20 minutes, screaming her head off, just jamming it in there, you'll never be the same, Mixed Coyote. You'll never be the same. So, which reminds me, there was a video of like a supposed alien on a stretcher going around. And boy, that was a crazy video. Crazier than the cucumber one, Mixed Coyote, because it turned out to be some kind of weird porn where somebody was banging an alien chick. But the people who were posting it as a real picture of an alien, I don't know. Oh, and here we go. A posing in a crowded urinal, who's a Praise the Cash member, just gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And Heather Birdie got a free membership from A Posing in a Crowded Urinal. Jonah Hex got a free membership. RMP, Imperior Somninium got a free membership. And Double Piece. That brings us up to 37, 13 more, and we hit our goal for tonight. I appreciate all the kindness, generosity, and support, and we'll work on having better Praise the Cash bumpers. Dylan wants a copy. He wants to see the cucumber conspiracy video, right? Arlene Atkins, longtime show supporter, says, I am so glad I don't explore on the internet. You can't unsee that mess. No, you're never the same. The alien video was worse, though, because some dude was just straight off balls deep in this alien chick who was apparently like in distress. It's disturbing. But the cucumber video, after Beth, David Wilcock's former wife, is telling her how to cleanse her vajayjay with she shows her how to peel it and stick it in. And then, oh God, this girl just goes crazy with it. She just jamming it in her, just going to town, just for 20 minutes while Beth is standing next to her talking about pleasuring yourself with a thing. All right, so is that another one or the same one? Let me make sure. No, that's the same one. Okay, so we're at 37 gifted memberships. Thank you all for the kindness, generosity, and support. Very, very generous of all of you. Yes, Dylan says, I need to understand the benefits of skinned versus unskinned cucumbers. Well, apparently, the cucumber juice can get into the vajayjay better if you peel it before you stick it, right? The alien love and the cucumber are for research purposes, says Mixed Coyote. Yeah, Wes, there's going to be these things. Comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. Ty Blee says, Beth is just the instructor. Like I said, when somebody sent me that video, I was like, nah, it's not Beth Wilcock. It just looks like her. No, it's Beth Wilcock teaching women all around the world how to jam a cucumber dill in themselves. And I'm here to tell you, ladies, if you have a problem and you think that your vagina or your vajayjay or your yoni needs a cleansing, go see a doctor. Don't get a cucumber and listen to this new age dumb bitch. You could that's just medical disinformation. You don't use a cucumber to deodorize your vajayjay. It's gross. Yes, Lily Ann is here. And it's nice that we have a female offering advice on vajayjays. Thank you, Lillian. I'm happy to be an amateur expert on vajayjays, but you being a woman, I defer to your judgment. Says Dylan, I'd imagine unpeeled would hurt pretty bad. They're supposed to be cleansing, but can cause infections. Yeah, that's gross, Lillian. That's gross. That is gross. But you're somebody that actually has a vajayjay. Heather Birdie asks, did it come out of pickle? Oh, no. Dylan says, do not peel. Yeah, just raw dog it, ladies. Just get it in there and just jam it. Just, you know what? Use two. Alternate, right? Yeah. And I love during the video, she picks up some of the cucumbers and she's like, too big, too small, just right. She picks out the perfect size cucumber to dill this girl with. And then the girl just goes at it, man. Dylan says it's gross. Yes, Richard Warner says never going to be the same. Pathfinder posting 12 times 3, 12 inches times 3 Pathfinder. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yes, Mixed Coyote says, do women really need to learn how to stick a cuke in their yonis? Yeah, I don't know, man. Sandra McDonald says, don't mistake a corn cob. Yeah, this is getting grosser and grosser, guys. It's the cucumber Goldilocks chose. Yes. Make sure you get all of the Bill Gates wax off before you use it. Well, that's why you peel it. You get all the impurities out of it, right? And by the way, tonight is Spanksgiving 2. New Age Grifter Boogaloo. But I would like to take a moment to wish everybody in our viewing audience a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving. I don't know about you, but I had an incredible Thanksgiving. Every year my wife does even more to kind of outdo herself. And I'm sad to say that we are out of Thanksgiving leftovers. And I think that was like a 25-pound turkey, but my boys are ravenous eaters. My boys are 8 and 12, and they eat like starving orphans. So that turkey and all the trimmings, it looked like so much food on Thanksgiving Day. It's almost all gone. I think it's all gone except for like the stuff that people don't really want to eat, like the turkey leg, but I'll eat the turkey leg. I'm good with the turkey leg, right? Ever see the videos of cats getting scared of cucumbers? Well, not hers. Oh, Heather Birdie. You're bad, Heather Birdie. But we will allow it. Yes, her kitty was not afraid of the cucumber. Her kitty embraced the cucumber. Yes, and happy Spanksgiving. And no matter where you're at or what you did, I hope that you all had a great Thanksgiving. I'm thankful. Thanksgiving does make me have an attitude of gratitude every year. I'm so thankful for everything in my life, including you guys in this show. It's one of the greatest things ever. And I got to tell you, you know that saying, like, fail until you find success with something? I'm sure my detractors will tell you that I'm a failed artist, a failed musician, a failed studio owner. None of those things are actually true. I just kind of, I eventually I get bored with something and move on to something else. And I hope I always do that. I hope I don't ever get bored with this. Thanks for using my gobble gobble pick, says Lily Ann. Did that come from you? Then thank you. And also, we want to thank somebody on the Suno site. Is it Suno or Suni? There's an AI music site, and I try to make a Truth Seekers theme song, and then all of these Truth Seekers theme songs came popping up. So whoever did that on Suni, email me, and we'll put your chat room user ID. It had to be somebody from my audience because it says my name in it, right? So I just took their music that they created with Suni AI and I put some video to it for a new sort of theme or opening show bumper. And we want to thank Carl Extra UFO for the wonderful funking disclosure, right? Richard Warner says, make it stop. Yes. They're going to be tall like their pops. The way they eat, they're going to be taller than me, Sandra. I always joke with my youngest son, Xavier, the cash clown. I go, how many more years of mooching you got left? And he knows. He goes, 10. I turn 18 in 10 years, Dad. I go, okay. He's a great kid, though. Tonight, he helped my wife all last night. If you don't have kids, you don't understand this, but he has 8,000 toys in this huge living room we have. They're just everywhere. He's got, I don't know, superhero shit and Lego shit and remote control shit and just. So my wife and him were going to decorate yesterday, but they took them all hours and hours just to clean out the living room and make room for the tree and everything. But today they put the tree up. So it's already looking a lot like Christmas here at the Cambion Manor. And my wife and Xavier did a great job doing that. And I'm thankful because I don't want to do that shit. So Xavier gets excited. He was in an elf costume. Well, like an elf hat and elf pajamas and shit and Christmas fluffy Christmas socks. He had a good time, and so did my wife. And now there's a beautiful tree in my living room, fully decorated, ready to go. God Save the Money says, mostly here, according to what I've heard, woman would prefer to use eggplant instead of a cucumber. Yeah, more girth, right? Who is Xavier's favorite superhero? I'm going to have to ask him because I think he prefers Marvel to DC. Because he spends more time playing with Marvel toys and watching Marvel movies than he does DC movies. DC did a horrible job competing with Marvel Studios, right? So, I think I would have to say Spider-Man, but let me get back to you after I ask him, Mixed Coyote. He likes Spider-Man and Miles Morales Spider-Man, but they're both Spider-Man, whatever. Yeah. December is already here. Yes. And by the way, I just want to mention that I have been kind of busy lately and overloaded with things. But tomorrow, if you're a YouTube channel member or a Patreon supporter, you can join our Patreon for as little as $1 a month, joining as a membership. By the way, if you join as a member, we can count that towards the goal for tonight or whatever. We give you a big shout out and a thank you as well. I've checked in with the PayPal. We're all up to date on that. Let me check out the Buy Me a Coffee. For those unaware, all the links are in the description of the video. And we use a PBS model here. In other words, we're a viewer-supported show. And your support enables us to do this. We want to thank, W from Gmail, the first initial. Bought me a coffee. And I don't want to say, I just got your user ID or your It just says someone bought you a beer, and the first initial of the email is W. If you drop me a note and send your chat room user ID, I'll thank you again. But thank you for buying me a coffee. And we want to thank Maria for a kind and generous $25 as a PayPal pledge. Praise to cash, bitches. And Maria says, please do more Wacky World of Wilcock. Well, here we are. This was a PayPal from yesterday, so we deliver. We got you what you wanted. Another episode of the Wacky World of Wilcock. I love him too. Dylan says Spider-Man is my favorite. I love the Sam Raimi movies. Yeah, I like the newest Spider-Man, but I hate it that they did that crossover because that's just 3 Spider-Men in one movie. It's just too much, and it's like, I didn't like the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man at all. In fact, I've tried to watch the second one 3 times, and I fall asleep in the middle of it each time. That Electro was terrible in that movie. I grew up reading Spider-Man comics. It just didn't ring real true to me. Didn't like the Andrew Garfield at all. And I thought that the lizard looked too fake in CGI. I don't know, but I definitely like the Sam Raimi movies. Those, I think, were the best done so far. Toby is my Spidey, says Dylan. Yeah, a lot of people feel that way, It was weird seeing him with the new Spider-Man and Andrew Garfield. I mean, I guess for fan service and maybe to get people out. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Let's go. Let's go. I want to say this right. Sagadanus. Sargatanus, who's a Praise the Cash member, just gifted Truth Seekers memberships, meaning not only did we hit our goal of 50 gifted memberships, we smashed it by 7. We're at 57 memberships gifted for this evening. Sargatanus, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And now I will remind you once again, look, friends, if you haven't already, smash that subscribe button because you can get a free YouTube membership here. And what do you get? You get some extra goodies. You get a channel member badge so people know you're a big supporter of the show. Thank you so much, Sargatanus, for your kindness, generosity, and support. And if you haven't already, smash that subscribe button because when kind and generous people like Sargatanus give these free memberships, gift these memberships, if you're a subscriber but not yet a member, you can get a free membership like all these 20 people did. I want to remind you, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. You can get a free membership. I want to thank you all for watching. The show is not over. We will read out all the people that Sargatanus gave a free membership to in just a moment. Very, very kind and generous of you. Thank you so much, Sargatanus. Put us over the edge. And Nivok Spicanum, boy, that sounds bad. Spicam, I always have trouble with your name. We'll just say Nivok got a free membership. BC1224 was gifted a free membership. Bagel Goose gifted a free membership. Metal Dragonar gifted a free membership. Squirrel Savern, a posting in a crowded urinal, Saywern Celeste gifted a free membership. Ian Undercover, Firstborn Cuck, Cope, and Sneak. Wait, what is that? Firstborn Suck, Cope, and Sneed was gifted a free membership. Adam Lavers, Christina Diaz, longtime show supporter. I'm glad you got a free membership. And Salto Manga got a free membership. Tiff Rip got a free membership. Lorraine Harper, Ancient Hysteria, Severn the Lame, Brett Bauer, Mustakilla, Car2, and Jesus all gifted a free membership. So very kind and generous of Sargatanus, who put us over the edge, and we have now surpassed our goal for the evening. God bless the goal and praise the cash, bitches! Thank you so much, all of you kind and generous people. It really does make a difference. It helps me to keep this show going. Arlene Atkins, I should make up a strange name just for you to pronounce. I generally tell people, tell me if I'm saying it wrong, because it's like, I don't want to say it wrong. Do you know there was a guy here? What was that name, Arlene? It was like, oh, Mr. Ian. I was saying Mysterion and all these different names for like a year before he finally got to me and said, it's Mr. Ian. My name's Ian and it's Mr. Ian. But he spells it all weird. So what do I know, right? Praise the pajamas later, trolley. Yes. God bless the goals, says opposing in a crowded urinal. I love that. I love that chat room user ID and the avatar. It seems vaguely familiar to me, but I can't place where that avatar came from. And it's kind of driving me nuts. So if you want to let me know, that would be good. Right? So comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. It really, really does help. I think we have exhausted the bumpers that I have for tonight. I didn't want to load up too many of them because I knew that John and I had a lot to cover. Oh, we do have the puppets. Would you guys like to see some of my puppet work? And this involves David Wilcock and Corey Good. I think we should do it. It's like a 11-minute. No, you know what? We're going to have to skip that one because I think that one is getting copyright claims on one tiny portion of the music. But I will take your comments and questions from the live chat. You veteran users have all seen that puppet video many, many times. And if you new users haven't, just search for Comic Disclosure on our channel and you will find it. Kino Casino Collab again when, says Mandrick. Well, it's really up to them. I would invite them here as well, but I kind of feel like they don't want to come slumming on some show with like, a tenth of their viewers. Why would they come here when they could do their own show and have 8,000 live viewers, right? Instead of a couple hundred. But I will ask them. And I would like to say, as far as me going back there, it's really up to them. I'll check in with the Mandrick, but I don't want to be like that needy guest. Like, could you have me on your show again? Can I please have some more? Can I please have some more? I think I've been on their show 3 times. And they have really, really been helpful and supportive to my channel. I'm blessed having collaborated with them. But I will check in with them, and I think they're open to me coming again, right? Redacted. Hey, Steve, I have some information to send you on a particular show you collaborate with. Can I send you it? Yes, and I think I know what you're going to send me, but okay. You can send it to me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. And if it's about a particular Twitter thread with, I've already seen it, but you can send it to me. It's truthseekershow@gmail.com. And let me just create a banner because people always get that wrong. It's truthseekershow, one truthseeker and the word show @gmail.com. Or you could DM me on Twitter. And here you go. truthseekershow@gmail.com. PPP should come on, says Brutux. Yeah, maybe if they're not busy, one or the other can come on. I would like to have either PPP or a Warski, right? Mandrick says, the audience loves you. You guys have great chemistry. Yeah. PPP might come on. He's into this stuff. Yeah, I'll ask him. That's a good idea. But I always, listen, I know, because I'm a show host, that when people ask me to do another show, especially if it's got lower views than mine, I'm always like, I want to help you, but come on, bro. So I don't want to, I don't want to like too big of an ask, right? I'm already kind of in their debt. They helped me grow my show a great deal. So I don't, you don't want to be that needy friend, right? That asks for too much after you've already helped them 3 times. Go, can you help me some more? I'm sure they're open to me going on their show. I got to get together. Dylan says I'll be there either way. I got to get together another presentation because I didn't even realize, but what they do is they take the clipped portion of what I did and then they put it on YouTube. They're getting like tens of thousands of views on that shit. God bless them. But I want to, if I go back, I have to have a very good, worthy of them clipping it and putting it on YouTube, Kevin Alt, do you smoke cannabis? I am a legal medical cannabis user, Kevin Alt. For those unaware, the reason I wear the glasses is because I have a paralyzed eye from a brain aneurysm. I had to have 4 brain surgeries. I was in the hospital for like 6 months, a lot of that time in intensive care. I almost died. And because of the nerve damage to my optic nerve, there was a great deal of pain. And at first, doctors just kept loading me up with opiates, and I couldn't function that way. And I was becoming dependent and addicted, and they didn't really work. But everybody can look up cannabis and nerves and know that that is very beneficial. So I haven't had an opiate in, got to be 5 years or more. I was one of the first Pennsylvania medical cannabis approved people, because back in the day when they first came out with a medical cannabis program in my home state of Pennsylvania, you really had to have something wrong with you. You couldn't just say, "Oh, I have insomnia," or "Oh, they really, really scrutinized your medical case before approval. And to my knowledge, I was one of the first people in the state to be approved, and I highly recommend cannabis as an alternative to opiates. But go to your doctor. Don't take advice from me. I'm just some Yahoo on YouTube. Seek medical advice. I'm not giving any. So go to your doctor for medical advice. But speaking from personal experience, it has been very, very beneficial to me. I think the casino wants you there like every week, like Lex in when Leica showed up every so often to save the day. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing, but like I said, I don't want to appear to be needy, right? So I think I'm going to drop him a note and just say, I'm going to get a few more presentations together and put them in Google Drives, and then I'll send them like 3 or 4 presentations and say, whenever you want me, I'm here, and I have these 3 prepared. You can preview them. Then I won't appear to be the needy guy. I'll be going, "Hey, I have something you could use if you want to." Great, right? I just don't. They've helped my channel so much already. I don't want to be like, get me on again. I need another injection of subscribers. It's like crack, right? Jobo Hobo says, just subbed. I can't believe I just found about you from the casino when I've been watching obscure UFO stuff on YouTube for years. Well, we're not very well liked in the UFO crowd for obvious reasons, Jobo Hobo, because we bust all the frauds, and it's mostly frauds. So it is what it is. Redacted says, I use CBDB for my back. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a miracle plant. It really is. And I'm hopeful that there will finally be passing homegrown laws in Pennsylvania. Soon, for those unaware, you got to go to a medical dispensary. You can't grow your own. You can't whatever. And I don't think that's right, personally. I think you should be able. It's a plant. It's sacred medicine to me. I think you should be able to. I think you should be able to grow your own if you choose to. And I have a greenhouse, so. Patty Wilhelm says this channel and casino are somewhat different in scope. Yeah, my wife said, Patty, that those guys did it the right way because they just make fun of anybody on the internet, and I chose a weird subculture, she said, or whatever, right? I know you're thinking about the subscribers, but we just generally like seeing the 3 of you together. Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, and I'm not thinking about the subscribers anymore. After 3 appearances there, I think whoever is going to come over and subscribe, probably most of them already did. So, and we got a few thousand subscribers from them. So I'm very, very thankful. It helped us jump ahead, and, whoever gave me the gift, thank you. Brett Bauer. Yeah. Very kind and generous people gave all kinds of stuff. We need a Truth Seeker strain. Yeah. I mean, I'd be down, right? Best plan is to have solid stories ready to go for Kino Casino. Yeah, I want to give them the very best stuff I can. Here in Portland, weed is totally legal. It's awesome. Yeah, I think it's legal in New Jersey, too. Completely legal. I was in Normal in high school, based. Yeah, I for a time I advocated for the Pennsylvania passing of the medical cannabis, and I listen. I believe that it should be legal for all people, for all uses, recreational, medical, or otherwise. Um, you know, that's just. But again, this is my opinion. Go talk to your doctor, right? No show like Truth Seekers, says Richard Warner. Maine is another cannabis friendly state, says Arlene Atkins. Didn't know that. Yeah, I think, come on, man. You can't have it legal in New Jersey and illegal in Pennsylvania. But in Pennsylvania, in many jurisdictions, it goes by county. Like Philadelphia County, it's all but legalized. They just don't arrest people for it. But it's not. I don't know. It's complicated. Like it's not, they give you a ticket. Like if you're walking down the street smoking a bong and they catch you, they just give you a ticket for $50. They don't arrest anybody anymore, which is the way it should be. Nobody cared when Steven was until he put on the glasses. I'm from Keno Casino. Oh, nobody cared who Steven was until he put on the glasses. I don't know about that, but yeah, it's become sort of my trademark. I turned a bad situation into a good one, and me with the glasses is kind of a character now. I'm okay with it. Putting on my tinfoil hat, the decriminalization of cannabis being exploited by the food industries to get people to overconsume. Oh, that's a whole nother one. Same here. I worked in Nevada, even though I don't smoke. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I really believe that people should be allowed to do what they want to do within reason. I don't want to annoy you with the questions, but hey, uh, what do you think of red panda koala stuff, and what are some of the cases you think are truly unexplainable? Well, we did this deep dive on Roswell. I'll never let that go because there's too many people that said they saw alien bodies for me to let Roswell go. Red panda koalas, from what I see, red panda does a pretty good job. But I'm sure there's stuff that I disagree with Red Panda on, but I'm okay with Red Panda and Tubacabra and many other people that I long ago thought I would never be okay with. Sometimes you just got to let shit go. You're going to disagree with people, but you don't have to be, you know, you don't have to be like enemies just because you disagree with the person. I'm trying to build a few more bridges here because we burned all of them right from the beginning of the show. My doctor went from telling me to never smoke to telling me to smoke more because he's dating my weed doctor's ex-girlfriend. Oh, that's pretty funny. H what up, says Steven. When I first saw you with the glasses in your hair, I thought you were doing a Matrix cosplay thing for your show. Well, I pretty much am. Look at this place. Look at this place. It's pretty crazy in here, right? But I didn't mean to do that specifically. It just kind of worked out that way. And there we go. Yeah, I like it. I thought futuristic. I wasn't thinking Matrix. I just found the backdrops, then I found the projected lights. And H what up? The reason I use these projected lights is because the software we were using at the time, StreamYard, would not allow animated backgrounds like this. I don't know that it still even allows animated backgrounds unless you use a green screen, and I don't like green screens at all. It's you ever see that show where the guy's like phasing in and out of existence and he hasn't gotten the settings right or he doesn't have right lighting? It's terrible. Carl Phillip, can you estimate when will be the great dildo reveal? I only found you from the casino, but it feels like I've been waiting my whole life to see this guy felt it. Oh, well, there's a problem with the proof of the person that I sent to do it, and I gotta figure out how to figure that out. But yeah, uh, probably in the next month, I hope. Do you have a black leather trench coat? It would complete the look. Oh no, I get too much shit from the bad guy from Grandma's Boy already. If I wear a black leather trench coat, that shit will just ramp up. Solar Ninja says, I became a fan from the casino. Good to see that. JC Denton cosplay now. Yeah, you need a large leather duster coat. Well, I don't know about that. Can we replicate David Wilcock's stupid doll hair without the split roasting alien session? Oh no. Yeah, he's got doll hair. It's all falling out, man. It's terrible. Maine takes out of state medical cards, Steve. Just an FYI. Oh, that's a fair way to do it. Anyone that's not a grifter should be wild to get you as a guest. Most of the shows that ask me to be a guest, though, are like shows that have no viewers. And I want to help everybody and I try to help them. But, like one guy wanted me to do a 4-hour stream and he had like, I don't know. I looked in on a show and he had like 8 live viewers. And I'm like, dude, I can't give you 4 hours. I'll give you a half hour. And he didn't want to do it. So, but I do try to help everyone. I've had many people here that were having trouble getting over the hump to get monetized, and we helped them get over the hump, and anybody that really wants me to be a guest, I try to make time for them. But I always say this: the worst person you can ask to be a guest is somebody that has their own show, because it's a grind trying to keep up and get your own shows together and broadcast your own shows and do the research and do the bumpers and do the graphics and the thumbnails and all this shit you have to do. And then when somebody says, hey, can you be on my show? It's like, well, I'm already doing a show for 3 or 4 hours that day. Now I got to do your show for an hour or 2 hours or 4 hours. It's very difficult to get somebody with their own show to be a guest. And I know because I've asked John from the Black Vault, I've asked Dark Journalist and a few other people to do guest spots here, and they're friendly with me, but they just can't. They don't have the time or the energy or they don't have, you only get so much juice, right? Yeah. Are you working on any new masks or any new projects at the moment? Yes. And we're going to go back to using some masks. We're going to have some guest appearances from different grifters here, which is me in a mask character for those unaware. From your old streams in the past, you said you hinted you had a drinking problem. If true, any advice for someone trying to stop drinking? I'm not a good person to ask that because I struggle and go back and forth. And maybe I'll talk about that in a members video. But advice that I would give you is surround yourself with sober people. That seemed to work for me. But it sucks cutting ties with some of your friends who are still drinking. But if you can't be around it, you can't be around it. And also, I guess the best advice I could give you if you're trying to quit drinking is to find a program, something that works for you. It doesn't have to be AA. Find a support system. Find a good doctor who's familiar with addiction medicine and can help you. And also, find a new hobby, because when I was drinking at my heaviest, I spent a lot of time drinking, every night, 5, 6, 7 hours drinking. And if you're going to stop doing that, you're going to need something to fill all that time. So get a new hobby or something. You got to fill that time. That was the hardest part for me. And like I said, I go back and forth, I have that cycle, Sargentanis, that a lot of people have, where I'll say, okay, that's it, I'm done. And then I go a certain period of time, whether it's, I don't know, 4 months, 6 months, a year. And then that demon gets back in my head and says, oh, you did 6 months, so you didn't drink, so you're not an alcoholic. You could have a couple of beers. And then I start again. But the couple of beers turns into 10 or 12, Right now I'm about in the middle of that cycle, maybe. I struggle with it myself, right? I'm not a good person to ask for advice, but I hope whatever advice I can offer helped you. But, asking me when I'm back drinking again for advice to quit drinking, I feel like I feel like an asshole trying to. I'm sorry, Steve. Do you think humanity would come together if alien life was found, or do you think that people would be scared? I think it'll be a mix. I think some people will be scared, and some people will be not scared at all. Awesome, Steven. Looking forward to the new masks. Get hooked on exercise. Yeah, I gotta say, when I'm totally sober and not drinking at all, I exercise more and I get more things done. That's one thing that I noticed. I'm much more efficient because I'm not wasting all that time. And then it's not even the drinking time. Sometimes it's the hangover time. Like if you drink too much and, the next day you don't feel like doing very much, even if you're not really badly hungover, you just like slower. You're not as energetic because you beat your liver to death the night before and you need to rest or whatever. Mixed Coyote says, I quit drinking by switching to sparkling water like LaCroix, but I mostly drank beer though. Oh, that's interesting. I used to drink 8 beers and some vodka every night though. Well, I'm a Polak, and just like Russians, we love vodka, so I can definitely sympathize. Every time I drink for a couple of days straight, I remember why I stopped. It makes me feel gross. Clouds your brain, makes you queasy. Yeah, yeah. I was a bender drinker back in the day, playing Comp World 8 Ball, slowed it down, then I just gave up. Gave it up. And good for you. Keep it going, you know? I'll wise up eventually. I have to say that my missus gets a little concerned sometimes. You know, I overdo it, and she wants me to just cut it out again, and reminds me, like, didn't you get more things done? Weren't you more productive? Don't you think you were a better father and a better husband without all that? And you can't argue with her. She's right, right? She's right. But, you know, you still want to do that. Well, it is a demon for sure. I drank 6 to 8 pints a night, Scottish, and work in the cooking field. Oh, I used to work in the kitchen, man. I worked at an Italian restaurant growing up, the Vaping Pig, and everybody drank after a shift. You do the service, then you drink until you got to get up and do another service. Yeah. Well, friends, I think that we have done our due diligence for the evening. We're at, what are we at? Oh, this new software is killing me. Oh, we're over 4 hours. Yeah, we've definitely done our due diligence. I'm not sure when I'll be back. Probably Monday evening at 9 p.m. Eastern. But that may change, right? It really depends. I've got some stories together that I have to get together. But follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambian. Be sure to visit our website. It's TruthSeekerShow.com. One TruthSeeker, the word show.com. You can get all the latest audio and video episodes or whatever you're looking for. It's all on our website, TruthSeekerShow.com. And you should follow me on X or Twitter, I'll say Twitter for the rest of my life. It's just at Stephen Cambian. There, we announce all of the upcoming live shows before we broadcast them. So it's a good idea to follow me there to know what's going on. You can also join our Discord or follow me on Facebook. Yeah, I'm like a boomer. I'm on Facebook. All my family is. What can I say? So we want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors. We surpassed our goal for the evening, and I hope that we gave you enough time to thank you all for that. I will be doing a members only and Patreon only video that you could look forward to getting tomorrow. That will be pre-recorded but not live, but I think there'll be some real nice goodies in there, and it's sort of a backstage view of upcoming things. Maybe I'll give you some previews of the new masks and some of the other things going on here. So thank you all, and we want to thank our guest tonight, John Christian Spadavaccia. Just excellent research, and he's got the receipts. And David Wilcock, I will end with this. You better come up with some receipts, because John's a great researcher and I'm a good researcher, and we've got the receipts. So suffer, bitch, suffer, right? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm already talking like a Keno Casino person. But it is what it is. We absorb what we like. I like some of their lingo for sure. So we've done our due diligence, and that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you.
burns bright, it's just the start. Truth seekers, uncover the lies. Truth seekers, open your eyes. Obey your eyes.